concentrate on the following questions. Number one, why is this important to focus on? Number two, what strategies have been effective? And the third question, how can we increase equity by expanding resources that we have? And again, it's not about taking anything away, it's about expanding our resources that we have. Next steps. Okay. Next steps. The steering committee will be selected and work toward develop a multi-year plan to ensure measurable progress is made toward the SEC goals and proposed action items. Dr. Sears will share how the steering committee selection process will look later in the presentation. The SAC goal 1 is discipline. The why for discipline goal is school environment measures whether a physically and emotionally safe and well-disciplined environment is provided to students in order to foster achievement and growth. The themes of the proposed action items, we have two. Examine discipline practices in the corporation. And the second one, increase time and resources for training restorative practices. At PHM, we believe that when students feel safe and connected, they will be more willing to get involved in school and community activities. Second goal is instructional practices. Our why is equity and increase opportunities for our students, help create independent learners, and inclusion for all. This particular committee had several themes, and so I'm going to go through them. I might highlight some, but again, they did a lot of work, and we're very grateful for the work that they put in for this committee, subcommittee, and others. So the themes are integration and incorporation of diverse classroom environments and lessons, and use feedback to plan PD sessions for staff development. Teacher resources and practices using instructional resources that represents diverse communities and that are inclusive to the whole student population. Review and all audit the curriculum of resources. Increase opportunities for sharing stories. We know when we share stories, the opportunities to understand each other's perspectives, and it's going to help us find common ground. And when we do that, it's going to dramatically increase just us being very civil to each other. And even though we have different perspectives, we can really get work done when we do this. Embed concepts of diversity, equity, inclusion in the curriculum. And the last is examine ways of considerations of concepts of DEI as we address new resources within the curriculum. It's important that we provide all students opportunities to see themselves reflected in a positive manner through their educational experiences at PHM. The third goal is high ability, honors, AP, and dual credit. Our why is educational equity. Themes of proposed action items. We want to evaluate our identification processes and programming for students to participate in advanced curriculum. Examine ways to increase the high ability of honors and advanced curriculum for all students. Expand transparency of data reporting. And the final action item here is professional development in terms of differentiating instruction, the focus on equity and inclusion for all staff. Members of our high ability honors and AP dual credit will be working very closely with our high ability coordinator. Again, we want to continue our mission to provide educational equity for all students. And the fourth goal is hiring and recruiting staff. Our why, equity, again, equity and increase opportunities for our students, helping to create independent learners and inclusion for all students in PHM. The themes of the proposed action items, Guri on. This is a great concept. We know that when our students come back and teach, they're going to stay. So how can we find ways to incentivize, promote, and recruit our students to acquire their teaching credentials and come back and teach at PHM, one of the best school districts in the state and one of the best school districts in the entire country. I'm proud to say that. Second theme, examine ways to recruit those who speak a second language or hold various experiences, teaching abroad, teachers who have successful experiences in previous taught, diverse school districts. These are some ways how we can increase our diversity within PHM. Then lastly, district marketing. How can we effectively communicate our makeup of our stakeholders? I think some people would be surprised at the amount of diversity that we do have in PHM. And so that's something that, the committee felt like we needed to market as we move forward. We live in a very increasing competitive global world. A staff that is both diverse and highly qualified can provide our students the learning experiences and opportunities to be successful. Our diversity is a source of richness, and helping our students to learn to navigate a diverse world is only going to help prepare them for their future as regards to college and career success. Now, at this time, I'd like to turn it back over to my esteemed colleague, Dr. Jeannie Sears, who will talk about our next steps.
Thank you very much, Mr. White, for reviewing the themes of the proposed action items from our amazing subcommittees. Now that we have these proposed action items from the SAC that were developed over the course of the year, we want to take this to the next level. So first, we can do some things. We can embed goals into our school improvement plans. We can talk about professional development opportunities. But what we really want to do is also continue to involve our community and have a steering committee. So our next steps is to form a steering committee to focus on the proposed action items in order to break them down and develop them and explore implementation possibilities. We realize that this is a process that takes time, and we want to do this to the best of our abilities. So we want to work with our triangle of success, which is why we'd like to have a steering committee to continue growing with our community as we move forward. The steering committee will focus on the proposed action items from the SAC, develop a proposed multi-year plan, potential strategies, and examine potential data items to help us progress monitor to ensure we are making progress toward our identified goals. We want to understand that the premise is to help PHM move forward with the goal of valuing and celebrating diversity. And we will hopefully include members from our previous SACs as well as new members who can apply. Which brings me to this. So if a PHM community member or current parent or guardian is interested in being part of the steering committee for the 21-22 school year, then they are invited to apply for consideration for the steering committee. A paper application can be picked up at the ESC during business hours, or the application will be available online on PHM's website later this week. The application process will close on September 3rd, 2021 at 4:30 p.m. Eastern. And we will have the district steering committee, but members may be considered for building level school improvement plans as well. At this time, I would like to introduce one of our valued community members who is also a PHM parent and was part of our SAC, as she shares her experience as part of our community as a parent and an SAC member pertaining to the SAC for DEI. So we are so fortunate to have the Honorable Judge Elizabeth C. Hurley with us tonight to share her perspective on the SAC for DEI. Honorable Judge Hurley served as a deeply valued member of the SAC. Not only is she highly regarded in our community, she is also a PHM parent and of 4 wonderful children. She is working to implement change in the court system regarding DEI and can bring her insight and knowledge to help our community as well. The Honorable Judge Hurley is the Chief Judge for the St. Joseph County Superior Court. Prior to becoming a Superior Court Judge for St. Joseph County, Judge Hurley served as the St. Joseph Circuit Court Magistrate Judge. Before this, the Honorable Judge Hurley worked in the St. Joseph County Prosecutor's Office and has also spent 5 years in private practice. Given her ties to the community and the work that she does, what she shares is powerful and impactful. The Honorable Judge Hurley joins us tonight to share her experience serving on the SAC thus far and to indicate the importance of the work related to DEI within our PHM community. I will respectively turn it over to the Honorable Judge Hurley, and then Mr. White and I will both be available for questions should the board have any after she's done. So Judge Hurley, thank you for being with us.
right. Good evening, President Riley, Dr. Thacker, members of the board. Thank you so much for inviting me to speak here to you tonight on this most important topic of diversity, equity, and inclusion and the efforts undertaken by the PHM School District. I have had, I will tell you, the most incredible honor of serving on the Superintendent's Advisory Council for the last 2 years. The first year focused on social emotional learning in the middle schools. This past year focused on diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives and progress in the entire district. So May 25th, 2020, the day George Floyd was killed, was a wake-up call to many Americans, a wake-up call that was long overdue for many of us, and I count myself in that. That tragedy sparked conversations that were long overdue regarding systemic racism in our country. Those who had gone unheard in the past were finally having their voices heard. That happened in our district when those former and current students of color published their open letter to the board. And you, the board, responded by resolving to, quote, urgently end acts motivated by racial animus and bias, remediate racial inequalities, and end any form of racism in our schools. You stepped up. And our students, and most especially our students of color, deserved no less. One step toward achieving these goals was to focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion this past year with the SAC. Another was to teach our children the powerful lessons of DEI through some of the weekly SEL lessons. As a parent, and as a parent of a high school student, I was privy to those weekly lessons through that weekly newsletter. I saw the lessons regarding implicit bias, anti-racism, and microaggressions. So much is being made of those words, trying to turn those concepts into something subversive and dangerous for our children. As I see it, there's a bottom line to those lessons. The bottom lines are these: think before you judge, think before you speak. Do not make assumptions about people based upon the way they look. Listen to the stories of people who are different from you. Treat people the way you would want to be treated. Follow the golden rule. These are lessons we learned from our earliest years. It makes no sense to me, and it saddens me that when discussion of race is included in those lessons, it suddenly becomes objectionable. For years, the schools have focused a tremendous amount of time and resources on anti-bullying measures. These lessons are an extension of that, and they do not become dangerous because they address racial bullying. We tell our students all the time, if you see something, say something. The lesson on anti-racism essentially says that same thing. If you see someone acting in a racist manner toward another, say something. Stand up for the person being treated badly. We would ask the same if the conduct wasn't racially motivated. Why would we ask less when it is? Following the death of George Floyd, the Chief Justice of the Indiana Supreme Court issued a statement on race and equity. It was a statement to our statewide judiciary. It was a call to action to us. In response, our St. Joseph County courts issued a statement that mirrored much of the Chief Judge's statements. Again, a call to action in our own community. Our first action item in that statement: we will train ourselves on implicit bias and educate ourselves about racial disparities in the judicial system. We encourage all attorneys and others in the judicial system, including law enforcement, prosecutors, public defenders, probation, and other local agencies, hereafter known as stakeholders, to do the same. We will promote a collaborative model of justice consistent with the Chief Justice's aim of fostering legitimacy among those who might feel shut out, informing and reforming those who might otherwise abuse power, and promoting real, tangible conversation about our community's most pressing needs and issues. These are the same goals that the PHM board promised to address, and the same action items PHM had undertaken through the SEL and DEI lessons, and through the community forums that you held recently regarding those lessons. So I handle felony criminal cases in my court. I see cases ranging from felony theft up to murder and everything in between. When I spoke to the board last year following my first year of service on the SAC, I addressed the tremendous benefits of using restorative justice practices in the schools and the hope that I had that it would lead to fewer young people in my court. I have the same hope with PHM's DEI initiatives. You may not know it, but you are most definitely a stakeholder in the justice system. What you do here impacts my world, the criminal justice system, in tremendous ways. By teaching the lessons that you do, starting with those lessons about diversity and respect in the early grades, up to the DEI specific lessons in the high school, you are making positive changes in our community that will have a ripple effect. I can guarantee that if you stay firm to your promise and you do not back down from your resolution, that those ripples will reach my world and will have tremendous impact in the community. With these affirmative steps that you've taken in the educational system and the changes and the actions that we've committed to in the justice system, imagine how our community can change for the better. We can be the change. We've started, and we can't stop now. We can't go back on our promise. We owe it to the students, and we owe it to our community. Thank you for letting me speak tonight, and thank you so much for letting me be part of the SAC.
Judge Hurley, thank you so much. I've said this to you before, and I want to say it again. We are so privileged as a school corporation to have somebody of your caliber and your experience sit on the Superintendent's Advisory Council, particularly over a matter that is as important not only to the school corporation, but to our community as a whole. We thank you for every moment of time that you've spent on the Advisory Council. Thank you and all your colleagues who have served on the Advisory Council. And a tremendous debt of gratitude is owed to you from our school corporation. Thank you, Judge.
I thank you. I truly do. I mean it from the bottom of my heart when I say it's been my honor these past 2 years, and I feel so fortunate to be a part of it. So thank you.
Before we let you go,
Yes.
can I open it up for questions or comments from board members for Dr. Sears, Mr. White, or Judge Hurley?
Sure.
Dr. Sears, can you tell everybody that's listening tonight one more time what the date is for the application opening?
So we're hoping for tomorrow, but this week it'll open up and then it will close September 3rd. So the application will be online this week for sure.
Fantastic. Yes. I encourage a lot of involvement.
Yes, I hope we have a lot of applications.
Other questions or comments? Well, thank you all so much for everything you're doing. Dr. Sears, Mr. White, and Judge, come back and see us again, we hope.
Be my pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you all. Before we move on to the next agenda item, we do have one member of the audience who has specifically signed up to address this particular agenda matter. So before I call upon this individual, let me just read the discussion points. A time limit of 3 minutes shall be enforced for persons wishing to speak. It is requested that names and addresses be stated at the beginning of your comments. Individuals may speak only once during this section of the agenda. Personnel issues are absolutely not to be addressed during sessions of the board. Concerns about individual employees of the district should be brought to the superintendent or his designee, and the board does not respond to questions or comments. So before we move on, Mr. Andy Rutten. Hello, Mr. Rutten.
Oh, I didn't realize I was going to be the only one. My name is Andy Rutten. I live at 55304 Cedar Trail in Penn. I wanted to just touch briefly on this topic. I thought it would be discussed a little bit more. It sounds like there's been a lot of thought, a lot of planning putting into this advisory council. Superintendent Thacker, I really appreciate, organizing that and getting all that parental input in there. I was going to ask a question. And my thought was that the school board policy on specific agenda items does allow a question, and I think it's just a brief question. The question is to Superintendent Thacker, will priority be given to new applicants to be a part of this Superintendent Advisory Council rather than people who had already participated for a year carrying over into the next year?
If the administration is prepared to answer the question, go ahead. Otherwise, if the administration needs time to think about it.
So we welcome new applicants. We hope to have a blend.
Hope to have a,
We hope to have a blend of
Blend.
veterans plus new people.
fair enough. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you, Mr. Rutten. We'll move on to our next item on the agenda. which is Return to Learn. Dr. Thacker.
Thank you, President Riley, Board of trustees, and friends and colleagues. It's great to see you. We're very pleased to have this opportunity to give you an update on return to in-person instruction. As we start the new year, I want to review a few things with you. Okay, with this brand new school year, 2021, 2022, we're still in an executive order. That's the 17th renewal of the emergency health order of the state of Indiana. And this is valid through at least August 30th. The Indiana Department of Education, the Indiana State Department of Health, and CDC all agree that in-person learning is critical to meet the academic, social, and emotional needs of students. The PHM Board of Trustees, Administration, and Penn-Harris-Madison Teachers Association want all students in school where we can deliver the highest quality of instruction. And PHM will monitor COVID-19 activity and remain transparent with any cases in our schools. We have a commitment to excellence, and that excellence includes a safe environment. PHM will continue to review the most current guidance and recommendations from the St. Joseph County Department of Health, Indiana Department of Education, Indiana Department of Health, and the CDC. The learning environment, PHM aims to provide the least restrictive environment for students to participate in person with educational opportunities that remediate, accelerate, and enrich learning, and have a positive environment. PHM will continue to foster relationships with students to help build resilience, improve learning, as well as behavioral, social, and psychological outcomes for students. A major goal in Penn-Harris-Madison School Corporation is to prepare students for college and career success. And by the way, I'd just like to share with you, Penn-Harris-Madison students rank in the top 6% of iLearn assessments. So in the top 6%, we talk about that triangle of success that connects students, teachers, and parents. Congratulations, all of you. You contributed. You're a vital part of it. And so certainly proud of that. As we make recommendations for decision making, we try to balance the health, safety, and the quality of education, keeping in mind that we're trying to prepare these students for college and career success in a global society. We want to make sure that when we have in-learning person through this designated health emergency, we can have consistency. We don't want interrupted learning. We want uninterrupted, consistent learning. The students develop an academic stamina, and they continue, and they can produce at a higher level when there's continuity. We also want to make sure that we have the least restrictive environment. We want it to be physically and psychologically safe as a learning environment. And of course, we're trying to promote public health by reducing community spread. Obviously, we all have concerns about community spread of the variant. And so we're trying to ensure that we do everything that we can for our part. We've had a lot of feedback from health professionals, a lot of great parents, community members, and stakeholders. So lots of valued feedback to us. We also remind ourselves and remind everyone, we provide the best in-person custodial care for over 11,000 students. So if you were thinking of high quality childcare, we have it here. We have great teachers, great activities, lots of electives, a comprehensive curriculum, and we have 11,000 students. Okay, we also have to maintain adequate levels of staffing. We have to ensure that they're healthy, that they're in healthy situations, and they can't be leaving, coming back, leaving. We have to have a critical mass available of teachers, support staff, and substitutes to make sure that we safely open the schools and we keep the schools open. We're going to share additional information. Mr. Linsky is going to talk about the Indiana Department of Health metrics.
Thank you, Dr. Thacker. Each board meeting, we go through and explain where we're at currently in terms of the state of Indiana's 2-metric rating for the St. Joseph County. And this system was created for local and school officials to create and understand a level of community spread so that we can make informed decisions based on those metrics. Currently, this is as of 8/16, which would have been last week. St. Joseph County, as you can see, is in the yellow, which indicates moderate community spread. And this is, again, based on Indiana's metric system. We also do take into account the CDC's, but we make our decisions based on Indiana's color-coded. At the last meeting, we introduced the blue. We were at blue at the last meeting. We introduced that it indicated minimal community spread. And at that time, the board had approved masking is optional for all students and staff. One change we are making to the blue is a recommendation for those who are unvaccinated to be masked. Quarantine distance for close contacts is a distance of 6 feet for 15 minutes over a 24-hour period, and masking is required to use school transportation. This evening, we're introducing additional metrics for yellow, which indicates moderate community spread. The administration is recommending masking, universal masking at the elementary, middle, and high school levels for all students. Quarantine distance, because we're universally masked, is able to be reduced down to 3 feet for 15 minutes over a period of 24 hours. And for non-general classrooms, it remains at the 6 feet. Masking is required to use school transportation. Should we turn orange, which indicates moderate to high community spread, again, we would maintain the universal indoor masking is required. The quarantine distance would remain at 3 feet for 15 minutes in general classrooms, 6 feet for non-general classrooms, and masking would remain required for school transportation. And red, which we all hope we don't get to, but if we would, again, it would follow the same suit. It would be universal masking for all students and staff. Quarantine would remain at 3 feet for 15 minutes in general ed classrooms and 6 feet for non-general ed classrooms. And masking is required for school transportation. Per the federal requirements, this past week, they did announce that the federal mandate that all students and staff must be masked on a school bus through January 18th, 2022. And after that time, absent of any mandate, we're going to follow those prescribed metrics that we just went through. At this time, I'll turn over to my colleague, Dr. Short.
Thank you, Mr. Lenski. So a few more bullet points related to the safe environment. So again, in order to protect students, teachers, and staff and the broader community, we are continuing to recommend practices, protocols, and procedures for layered mitigation strategies to reduce the spread. We will adhere to all federal, state, and local health orders. Administrators and sponsors will continue to communicate by email if there is a positive case reported, and we will post and make available our safety overview on the website. In addition to that, we will have health services available during our normal school hours to answer questions and evaluate symptomatic students and staff. We will continue to have PPE available. We will recommend that symptomatic students or staff be tested and then seek guidance from their healthcare provider. We will continue with enhanced cleaning protocols as well as promotion of hand hygiene. We will also continue with extended run times for HVAC systems, maximum fresh air, and upgraded filters. Establish social distancing to the greatest extent possible. Continue with plexiglass barriers in our cafeterias. All stakeholders will be asked to perform daily health self-screening checks, and we will continue with disinfectant cleaners and paper towels available in the classrooms. In addition, we will continue with the monitoring and transparency. We do have weekly meetings with the administration, our Teachers Association, and the St. Joe County Department of Health. Administration will continue its commitment to transparency through our dashboard and also through school board presentations and updates. In addition to that, this evening, we will also be posting at the completion of this meeting tonight a document that shares the overview of our safe and healthy learning environment. This will be a live document and it will be updated periodically in order to maintain compliance with the Indiana State Department of Health. Dr. Thacker.
Thank you, Dr. Short, Mr. Linsky. The next one we have is an administrative recommendation. And you know, I'd like to put in context as we look at this. As we look at all of the data, we get lots and lots of feedback from people. I had a math teacher share with me today that in her classroom, she wrote that if a person is in the middle of the classroom and we have unmasked students and use a 6-foot radius, that would take out 9 students. Multiply by 4 classes, and you can see that that would be at least 36 students. At a 3-foot radius, it only takes out 2. If one on each side, and then she said that in front and then back, it was more than 3 feet. When she calculates it, she's indicated that 6 feet, when we're talking about the radius of a person at point 0, it's 6 feet. It's a total area of 113 square feet. And all of you remember, it would be 6 squared, 6 times 6 times pi, 3.14. So 113 square feet. Those with 3 feet only have 28 feet. So you can see that it quadruples. So the importance of a mask for the continuity of learning while we're going through this period of time makes it likely, increase the probability dramatically that more students can be in class, in person, safely learning. We got faculty and staff here. So we're looking at this as an opportunity to ensure that we have another positive experience for our students. So the administration recommends adopting the PHM mask metrics as presented. These would go into effect for school on Tuesday, August 24th. And I'd like to mention that safety is our top priority. We certainly appreciate our partnerships with the parents, the teachers, the students, the Indiana Department of Education, the Indiana Department of Health, the St. Joseph County Department of Health, and the St. Joseph County Health System.
Thank you, Dr. Thacker, Dr. Short, and Mr. Linsky. Before I turn it over to the board to interact with each other and with the administration and with the board's attorney, let me just speak for a moment to our audience. I have a feeling that this is a matter of great passion to you. I have that feeling because so far 76 of you have signed up to address the board tonight. But for the next few moments, let the board interact with the superintendent and with our board attorney and ask questions. That way we can get through this part of the presentation with the least amount of disruption possible. Board members, any questions or comments for Dr. Thacker, Dr. Short, Mr. Linsky, or Mr. Johnson?
Mr. Riley.
Mr. Woods.
Dr. Thacker. So it's been a bit since I've had to do math at the level you talked about. And I know Ms. Gates was trying to do it in her head. But just for example, if we had let's say for example, we had 120 close contacts, it would be your estimation that if we put masks on students and reduce that social distancing from 6 to 3 feet, that would be powerful enough to cut that number by 75% down to 30-ish. Is that what you're telling me?
That's correct.
Mr. Johnson.
Yes,
a
sir.
couple questions for you. You're aware that the school corporation has been granted immunity along with other employers in the state of Indiana for negligence related to COVID-19, correct?
Yes.
Based upon your examination of the totality of circumstances existing here in Penn-Harris-Madison and throughout our state and our country right now, what's your best legal recommendation as to how the board should proceed today as it relates to risk management and avoiding potential causes of action?
Well, we know that the metrics have changed. As we sat in here 2 weeks ago this evening, St. Joe County was blue. We're now yellow. And we also know that the schools, we were fortunate this year that PHM started later than most schools that I'm aware of. And we were able to observe their experience. And what we've seen is those schools who started the year mask optional have now converted to mask mandatory based upon actually not the metrics, but based upon their actual experience with the COVID, with this variant that we're dealing with. So from a legal perspective, it's never black and white, as you well know. It can be a lot of gray. But one of the items that would be looked at to determine whether or not we are acting responsibly or not, or potentially, responsible for something that, heaven forbid, that should break out in our schools, would be what is the community standard? What is the community's standard of care and practice? And all of the school corporations that now surround PHM have gone to mask mandatory programs. So from a risk management perspective, it's my legal recommendation that we approve the administration's plan as outlined here this evening. And it's important to note it's not just what's happening tomorrow, but it's a comprehensive plan that has hope. It has hope if we turn back to blue, it would be mask optional. But in the meantime, legally, I think this administration's plan is the most prudent way to proceed.
That's all I have for now, Mr. Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Woods. Other board members?
Oh, go ahead.
I have a quick question for Mr. Johnson. I just want to, Dr. Thacker mentioned that when classrooms in Indiana are universally masked, we can take the contact tracing radius from 6 feet to 3 feet. Is that an arbitrary determination on the part of PHM, or is that a statutory requirement in the state of Indiana?
Well, first of all, I have to admit, I got a little lost when he mentioned pi. And that was all going to be factored in. But as I understand it, the guidelines for masked versus unmasked is exactly as outlined by Dr. Thacker. Is it an Indiana statute? No, it's not. The Indiana Assembly has not adopted a law, but it is the standard that the Indiana Department of Health and I believe the St. Joe County Department of Health have indicated we should all be living by.
Is that correct, Dr. Thacker? That 3 foot is, I should say this, you've had discussions with the local Department of Health and they're agreeable to that, recommended?
Yes, they are. The 3 feet is usable when we have everyone masked, and the 6 feet if we do not have the masked.
Anything else, Mr. Garrett?
Yeah, I had a question on all of these schools that have been, started out maybe optional, but then went to mandate. Is there any kind of scientific statistical data that says it was because of masking? I mean, and when people were, sick or they had to, had all these people had to be pulled out, was most of it on contact tracing? Or were these kids actually sick, or was it based on contact tracing? Like what we're talking about here. One person knocks out 20 kids.
Sure.
So there's only one person who's actually sick. So is there any data on that?
Yeah, I'm not aware of any data about masks and their how efficient they are or they aren't. And I don't know if there's data about when the students are missing school, how many of them are missing because of contact tracing versus actually coming down with the COVID. Yeah.
Anything else, Mr. Garrett?
Yeah, I last week I spoke and explained my vote. I'd like to do that again if I could, if you don't mind. I talked to you earlier and you suggested I go ahead and
I'll recognize you for
comments. First of all, I'd like to I think some of my comments might have been taken out of not out of context, but I really wasn't trying to attack Board Member Roach. I was asking her some stuff about one point of information. So we've talked about that, and I think we're good now. Are we clear on that? Yeah. Good. Next of all, I wanted to address some of the people who've written in based on that conversation or those comments I made. I mean, I'm not trying to make this about me, but I do think I need to make this clear when I'm called a liar and they're demanding my resignation and this, or there might be a lawsuit or something. So I'd like to take a few minutes, and I don't want to bore you too long with this, but I do want to say this. Everything that I mentioned last week, like I said, I wasn't planning on speaking, so I did not have my data handy, chapter and verse, so to speak. But today I do, so I would like to point out to you why I said what I said, and I'd like to point out that it wasn't just me saying it. I didn't just come up with this information. I based it on research that I had done over several days, many hours, And that's why I said what I said. So number one, I made the statement that the virus cannot be stopped by a mask. And I meant by, 100%. And if you don't believe me on that, I would like to contact or have you look at this. I think it's a credible source. Tammy K. Rema Clark. She is an OSHA specialist in Michigan, works for the state of Michigan. Her job is to measure masks, and she tests masks, and she decides if the masks are OSHA compliant, and she actually tells doctors what masks to use and so forth. And her comment about the virus was, see if I can find it here. There's so many. Even though they say there's new information coming out, there's no new information that tells you that you need to wear a mask. We have always known that this virus is so tiny that wearing a mask will not stop the spread of it. So that would be the website and the information that I use to make that particular statement. So if I'm a liar, then I guess Miss Tammy's a liar as well. Next, there was a comment about me saying things about the CDC, that I did mention the fact that the CDC said that masks can be and are dangerous for children. So I'd like to firm that up a little bit here. Quoting from the CDC, if you'd like to look at the copy I ran off, I'd be glad to show it to you. It says, moreover, in widespread pandemic differentiating between community settings with and without the practice of hand hygiene, moreover, a widespread pandemic differentiating asymptomatic from healthy persons in the community is very difficult. So at least in high transmission areas, universal face mask use may be beneficial. And it may be, we don't know. The general public should be educated about mask use because cloth masks may give users a false sense of protection because of their limited protection against acquiring the infection. Correctly putting on and taking off cloth masks improves protection. Taking mask off is a high risk process because pathogens may be present on the outer surface of the mask and may result in self-contamination during removal. So I think that might be a problem for a 8 or 9-year-old. That's just my opinion. Next, going along with that about things being dangerous for children, I call your attention to an article in the Wall Street Journal recently, written by 2 doctors from Johns Hopkins School of Medicine, Dr. Marty McCary and Dr. H. Cody Meisner, in which they said specifically, excuse me for a moment, here it is. The discomfort of mask distracts some children from learning. By increasing airway resistance during exhalation, masks can lead to increased levels of carbon dioxide in the blood. Or I can't be right. Must be carbon monoxide. And masks can be vectors for pathogens if they become moist and are used too long, which goes right along with the CDC comment. And then I have a whole list of these from another website, and this is from what about possible harms from wearing masks? And this is from the information that is accumulating involves mask wearers within a COVID-19 environment and it raises many concerns, especially regarding psychological damage, especially for infants and children, with potential catastrophic impacts on the cognitive development of children. This is even more critical in relation to children with special needs who are at the autism spectrum, who need to be able to recognize facial expressions. Make a long story short, there's about 15 different things here that you can refer to that are dangers for children who use masks, especially for an extended period of time. So again, I'm not trying to voice all this information, but I'm trying to explain to you that the reason I made the statements I made was not because of some whacked out opinion on my part. I've done research on this, and I'm quoting people that I consider credible sources in this information. So I have a whole lot of other stuff here. I'm not going to bore you with all of it, but I just want to make my point. My comments, I do apologize for if it seemed like I was attacking you, but the things I said are based on science, based on facts, not my opinion. And that's where I'm at, and that's where I will vote.
Thank you, Mr. Garrett. Other board members?
question.
Mr. Woods.
Do we have any numbers as to what we've had 4 days of school now. Do we have any numbers as to what we've had as far as infections and contact tracing and things of that nature?
We do, and if I can beg your patience for just a moment, I'm going to deliver those to the community in just a minute.
All right.
Board members, any other questions or comments?
I have a question for Mr. Johnson. Could we also possibly be held liable if we force masks on pre-K through 12-year-olds and there are adverse effects to that against parents' will?
Certainly. I mean, we're in a fine line here, and especially with such action on both sides, and mandating masks and not being practical about it and giving exceptions, medical exceptions, would be problematic from a legal standpoint, no doubt about it. Mask optional with, as I don't want to repeat myself, but with all of the other factors that I repeated, going mask optional at this point could be problematic. So it's a real fine line that we're walking here. And as I've told the board on several occasions, there is no perfect solution here. There's no optimal, this is exactly what, and that goes back to last year, a year ago at this time, when we were considering in-person, learning versus virtual learning. And there were people on both sides of that. And it's, we're faced with something that the greatest minds in the country, some of them 5 miles from here, can't figure out, don't know the answer to. And we're just trying to do what is practical from a legal standpoint and from an educational standpoint.
Thank you so much, and thankk you for always advising us.
Sure.
I also have something I wanted to say. I have always supported the recommendations of Dr. Thacker during my time on the board. At times, I have cast votes that were what was best for the PHM community as a whole, even when it was not what was best for my own family. I know that choice and freedom over medical decisions is what is best for my own family. And thankfully, I had the opportunity last week with Dr. Thacker to visit the schools in the township that I represent. What I saw is that an overwhelming majority, roughly 70%, want choice and freedom to make their medical decisions. I do not feel comfortable when there is not a local or state mandate forcing masks on children, teachers, and staff against their wishes. I'm voting for freedom for families to make their own medical decisions. That being said, I have the utmost respect and full confidence in Dr. Thacker, his team, the teachers, and the staff at PHM. I also have confidence in the people I represent. I spoke with Dr. Thacker today, and although I am voting against his recommendation, he has my respect. I have also read the hundreds of letters and had many conversations with people on both sides of this issue. And they also have my respect. And that is why this has not been an easy decision, and I have not taken it lightly. 2 weeks ago, when the vote on the same issue was split, I made the comment that in some ways I thought it was good that the board accurately represented the conflicting voices of our community. I still feel that way tonight, even if I am not in the majority. I hope the PHM community feels heard tonight. I hope that they feel respected by us. And I hope that they recognize that we are each trying to truly do what we feel is best for our great school corporation.
Thank you, Mrs. Gates. Mr. Beely.
Dr. Thacker, aren't we looking at medical exemptions if the doctor requests it for the child?
Yes, if there are medical exemptions, we would certainly honor those, and we'd work with the family on that. What we want to do is make sure that we can have students in school as much as possible to have that continuity, so we can continue that pathway to college and career success all the way from K through 12.
Can I clarify one thing? Mr. Johnson, I made a mistake. I asked you whether it was the contact tracing requirement, whether it's a statutory requirement in Indiana. I think it's the state health commissioner's order CO 21-01. So it is an order. It's not a loose guideline that we need to follow. Is that correct?
Right, it's not a law, but it is a
It's an order.
administrative order. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Anything else, Ms. Rich? Dr. Thacker, I have a couple questions for you. The administration's recommendation is that when we're in blue, that masking will be recommended for those who are unvaccinated. Are we going to continue to recognize the honor system in terms of those who are unvaccinated simply accepting the recommendation, and we are not requiring anybody to reveal to the district whether they are vaccinated or unvaccinated?
We believe that our people, our parents love their children. They love their neighbors' children. They are people of integrity, and we respect their rights and their individual freedoms. And we believe in them. It's really an honor system. We're not going to be asking for some kind of a passport or passport system with vaccinations and such. We're really going to be trusting our families.
Okay.
Do you have comments?
I do have comments. Would you like to say something, Mr.
No,
Woods?
I'll wait for you, sir. Go ahead.
In my first 9 years on the board, I never would have thought that student safety and academic achievement would be competing objectives. In fact, the more we increased student safety, the better our students performed. Now, over the last year and a half, we have been confronted with this situation where student safety has, at least to some extent, become a competing objective with academic performance. To some extent, increasing student safety by mandating masks results in decreased academic performance. So as a board, we have to balance these two highly important objectives. I think all of us can agree that students being in school in person is preferable to virtual learning. I hesitate to make any decision that accelerates the possibility that we could once again be forced to have our students into virtual learning. When the administration made the recommendation that we have masks be optional, according to the Indiana Department of Health, we were in blue, which meant that it was minimal community spread, it was safe. Since that point in time, regrettably, circumstances have changed, and they have changed dramatically. Our community is now in yellow. As late as this morning, the board received an email from Dr. Fox indicating that for all practical purposes, we're actually in orange. It's just the state metric updating hasn't occurred yet. Similarly, we do not live in a bubble. We have to be cognizant of the experiences that demographically similar school districts have seen. We can't be impervious to what happened in Noblesville, Fishers, and elsewhere across the state. After making masks optional, those school districts experienced a surge in COVID positive results, and as a result, had a lot of close contacts that required quarantine. But unfortunately, we don't even have to look at Noblesville. We don't have to look at Fishers. We don't have to look anywhere else because we have our own fresh data right here from PHM. Over the weekend, 19 students and employees, a combination of students and employees, tested positive for COVID. Those 19 students and employees have 125 close contacts. That's right here in PHM. That's after just a few full days of in-person, full-time instruction with masks being optional. I pushed hard to maintain some level of option for parents, even up until today. I pushed hard to see that there was an option for parents even when we were in yellow. But unfortunately, the numbers have not gone in a direction that I can continue to fight for the option remaining on the table. Since we are basically in orange, it is with an extremely heavy heart that I have changed my mind. Mr. Woods, was there something you wanted to say?
I just was going to explain the rationale for how I'm gonna vote today. I think that's appropriate. Just as an initial matter, I'm just so proud to be a member of this board. It's been great to serve with you all. It's been a pleasure. I'm reminded when we said the Pledge of Allegiance that this is where individuals can show up and they can address their elected representatives. They can share good, bad, and indifferent comments. And we're here to listen to those. And I'm sure proud of the service members that died to give that freedom to individuals here and put us in these positions today. So it's just an honor to serve, and I've appreciated everyone's comments. I'll just start. I love Penn-Harris-Madison. I'm a 1992 graduate of Penn. I have two daughters that have already graduated from Penn in 2015 and 18. I have a sophomore in the high school, and because my wife and I are crazy and love kids, we replaced our two daughters that went to college with two little ones. And we have a 4-year-old and a 3-year-old that both are in preschool here in Penn-Harris-Madison. I practice law in Mishawaka and I live in Osceola, and the PHM community has been good to me. It's been good to my family. It's helped me grow into an adult. It prepared me for college, prepared my kids for their adulthood. But more than that, the community's been there for me, like when times have been really tough. And I'm just honored to serve this community. I have the utmost respect for our teachers and administration. In fact, in the winter of 2015, after I was diagnosed with kidney cancer, it was a PHM teacher that took in one of my daughters and watched her for over a week while my wife and I were out of town when I was having surgery. It was teachers that shoveled the snow on my driveway that winter when I never had to. It was teachers that brought food to our house many, many times to alleviate some of the burden after surgery. I just love PHM. We've done so many good things over the 17 years I've been on the board. Most importantly, I'll say we hired Dr. Thacker, who I believe to be the best superintendent in America. Our graduations rates rose from being in 70%. You believe that 70% graduation rates in Penn-Harris-Madison when we came Dr. Thacker?
79.
79. Now we're way over 90. Our AP offerings are much better, and our students pass AP classes at a much higher rate. We balance budgets. We've used strategic use of debts and bonds to keep our tax rates flat, but also coming up with strategic ways that we can maintain the excellence of our schools and facilities. I'm proud to say that we've never had a referendum. We've never increased taxes for one taxpayer since the time I've been on the board. We've never had to go to you and say, we need more money from you. We've done a great job conservatively handling all the money of the school corporation. When I first got on the board, we handed out pink slips after every year to certain teachers because we weren't sure we were going to be able to hire them back. How many pink slips have we handed out in 15 years, Dr. Thacker?
None.
Not one. Not one. And we have focused on student safety since we've been here. After the Newtown tragedy, we had projects that we wanted to do at our facilities, but instead we invested those resources into our physical safety. And now we're naturally recognized for how we handle student safety in our schools. In 2015, during the summer, 2 brothers tragically died of drug overdoses. It was it hurt the whole community because many of us knew those young boys and others that were involved in that situation. And the board, at my request, and at just Mr. Johnson's preparing, we adopted an amnesty policy. So if students notice somebody that's having problems with a drug or an alcohol problem, they can call police authorities, and they're not going to have any student consequences here at the school. If someone is a student here and they're having problems with drug and alcohol, they can report it to a teacher or a counselor, and they suffer no consequences here at the school. So we have been focused on student safety this time. So that's one of the things we have done. I've never seen a decision like this where we cannot take any action that's going to make 90% of the people happy. That's usually pretty easy here at PHM. I've never seen anything like it. It's the toughest thing I've had to deal with as a board member and professionally over the last 18 months here at Penn-Harris-Madison. But I'm going to vote in favor of the administration's recommendation today. Even though I have 3 children today and they all went to school without masks, and I prefer that they all go to school tomorrow without masks. I have a 4-year-old little boy that has a little bit of a speech impediment because he had ear infections chronically as a young guy. And I'd sure like for him to be in a classroom without masks. But that's my personal preference. And I set that aside for what's best overall for the school corporation. I know the administration and our teachers and legal counsel have worked very hard on this recommendation. And I have the utmost respect for Dr. Thacker and his ability to keep students safe while balancing the goal that we all want, which is keeping children in school. And I also value the opinion of Mr. Johnson. So I'm making this decision for several reasons. First, to keep students safe. The Delta variant is much more contagious than the COVID that we faced last year. We have 2 more weeks of history now. We have the numbers that Mr. Riley mentioned here at Penn-Harris-Madison, where we have 19 close contacts and over 120 people out as close contact, and at least 19 people that have COVID. And we see the data from Mishawaka. So I take that into account. I take into account that I believe Governor Holcomb's done a good job handling the pandemic. And I saw his comments this week that he believes school corporations should have the ability to mask students if circumstances warrant. And I believe that circumstances warrant now, especially from the numbers that we receive. So I make this decision to keep students safe. I make this decision, secondly, to keep students in school. We want to avoid widespread quarantining because in-person learning is best. We've heard Dr. Thacker explain the power of reducing that social distancing number from 6 to 3 feet. So I make that decision to keep kids in school. I also make this decision to keep children in extracurricular activities, hopefully without interruption. We've had so many student athletes that have worked hard in sports this summer, cross country and volleyball, football, and our band students and are those that all that support the marching band and all the extracurriculars over the summer. Those young students have spent a lot of time, not including their parents that spend a lot of time. And if I understand from these numbers, Dr. Thacker, is this correct? One of the individuals that tested positive was close contacts with 19 individuals of one sports program. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I refuse, and I do not want to have any student athletes, band members, or others lose their ability to participate when we have the ability to limit and drastically limit the close contacting as it is dictated by the state. And lastly, I base this based upon the legal recommendation of Mr. Johnson. I heed legal advice when I give legal advice to a client because I think that is what is best for them. And I believe that Mr. Johnson has done that today. The fact that there could be actionable lawsuit against the school corporation in a situation where we have not the first bit of coverage for insurance, would put the school corporation and as Mr. Johnson said, in a position we do not want to be in. So that drives my decision as well. So for all those reasons, I support the recommendation. Mr. Riley, you do have some closing words though. The community involvement has been great. It's been good that parents are monitoring things closely. Our meetings have been conducted in a way that we have not had. We've had just great debate. We've had spirited discussion, but we've been free from many of the what I'll call horrible image that we've seen on the national news, and I'm so glad of that. I do want to point out that I received many letters and calls. Most of them were great. I wish I could have spoke to everyone. I did appreciate speaking to the many, many individuals that had many different opinions on this topic, and I do thank you for that. I will note that many letters did question mine and other board members' commitment to student safety and whether we took COVID seriously. And I just want to say that those statements are incorrect. I'm a cancer survivor. I took COVID very seriously. I remember many a morning at 6 in the morning that I would be shopping in Martin's, and I would see Dr. Thacker there shopping with his wife because she was a cancer survivor too. So I took COVID very seriously. I've heard some say that I may have an axe to bear with the health department, or I don't take their opinion seriously, and that's not true. When I was diagnosed with cancer, it was Dr. Jason Marker, who now sits on the health board, that diagnosed me. I consider him a friend. I also consider him somebody I have the utmost respect for. So I'm not a hater of the health department. Many of you might know, some of you don't, that my dad died of COVID in December 2020. So I take COVID seriously. I've seen how it's wrecked families and it's hurt families. I think others will note that for many meetings in the past, I've made a request that we have vaccination clinics. So if parents want to have their children vaccinated, we provide that option. And I think we have that accomplished now. Is that right, Dr. Thacker?
We tentatively have 2 scheduled starting next week, the 31st of August and the 1st of September.
So I take student safety seriously in that regard. And I've had COVID, and I know that I had a mild case, and luckily I had no complications other than I had to lay in bed for a day and stay in my room for a while, separate from my family. But I understand that COVID is real. I also understand that there are people may allege that today I just do not take parental choice seriously, and that's not the case either. But at some level, we have to realize as a community, we have to do what is best and what is reasonable for students so they can keep coming to class in a safe environment and participating in their extracurricular activities. And I think that this approach balances it. I think you will recall that 2 board members last meeting, they seemed to be in favor of masking when it was in the blue, when there was low community spread. And some of us would like maybe for the bar to be pushed in at a different area, whether it's orange or red. But I think today's recommendation takes into account the many competing interests of the board and reflects the best recommendation that Dr. Thacker, his staff, and legal counsel can give us. I'm going to support it, Dr. Thacker. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Woods. Board members, any other thing?
I'll go. This will be short. I've been around a long time. I put my life into this school corporation. And I've always pushed superintendents. I think Dr. Thacker, he might not like to hear me call sometimes. And here I feel that we have to provide the safest environment we can for students, and we have to keep as many in school. And that kind of was the mission I give him. And I think they put a lot of time, a lot of thought, research into this recommendation, and I'm going to support the administration's recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Beeler. We do have, as I indicated, a number of parents who signed up to speak to this particular agenda topic. So let me reread the general rules. Public is invited to address the board without registering. Time limit of 3 minutes shall be enforced for persons wishing to speak on this agenda item. It is requested that names and addresses be stated at the beginning of your comments. Individuals may speak only once during this section of the agenda. Personnel issues are not to be addressed during open sessions of the board. Concerns about individual employees of the district should be brought to the superintendent or his designee. The board does not respond to questions or comments. And folks, just a few things. We do have 76 people who have spent their night with us tonight and want to address the board. You will be allotted 3 minutes. Our attorney, Jeff Johnson, will keep time to let you know as your 3 minutes are expiring. But I do ask you out of respect to one another that you stick to your 3 minute time. And as you may notice, we take it very seriously. What you have to say, we also expect, the board expects of me, board expects of each other, and the board expects of the audience that we treat each other with dignity and respect, that there be no cheering, jeering, disrupting, ridiculing, mocking, anything like that, because we do want to hear what you have to say without disruption. So with those thoughts in mind, our first up is Amber, Andrew, Jacob, Martin.
Sure, do you have something you want to say? My name is Jill.
Let's speak right here.
My name is Jill.
What did you want to say to them? You say what you want to say.
My name is Jill. Please don't ask me. I am 5.
My name is Drew. I'm 5, and please don't ask me. My daughter was supposed to be here tonight. She got quarantined. She wanted to say this speech. She was quarantined right after a cross-country practice tonight, but she wrote this, and it says, "Hello, my name is Audrey Martin. I am 10 years old. I am in 6th grade. I am here to beg and plead for my right to breathe freely, fresh air. Last year, myself and other students were unfairly reprimanded for sneaking an unmasked breath of fresh air while at our desks. At lunch, if we weren't actively putting a bite of food in our mouths, we were reprimanded. And even outside in 90-degree weather on field day, when we would quickly pull our masks down to take a deep breath of fresh air, we were reprimanded. My physical and mental health suffered when I was forced to wear a mask 7+ hours a day. Are you hearing me? My physical and mental health have suffered because of these masks being forced upon me. My education suffered. I had to worry about taking a test while needing unmasked air, hearing my teacher speak through a mask, trying to communicate to anyone through a mask, never fully being heard, and sneak unmasked air in the bathroom stall out of fear of being punished for breathing fresh air. I am not the only student this has affected. I am one of the few that can speak about it in a room of adults making these decisions. I represent many friends, many students. Please do not mask us. We are children. Children that this virus is not deadly for. I had COVID-19 last year, and for me, the symptoms lasted less than a full day. Please keep mask optional. Thank you. This is me speaking as a parent. Forced masking is not a comprehensible solution to this COVID issue. You need to not only look at the numbers, Mr. Riley. There's other things in play here, their mental health, their physical health. That's disgusting. It's appalling that you're only looking at the numbers. You're not looking at the children. This affects the children, not the adults. The masking affects the children, not the adults. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Martin. Thank you also, Drew. The next one I have, this looks like Ryan.
I think he had to leave. I think that would be Ryan.
Okay.
So.
Okay, so was it Black Hugh Drive? Yeah, okay. Okay, well then that brings us to you, Mrs. Cartwright.
Okay. Has anyone taken into consideration the mental health effects of these masks on our children? I can give firsthand testimony on how it affects my children personally. When I told our children Friday that the school board would possibly be changing their votes, again, based on bullying by the community, their faces dropped. Heart sank, and I saw the anxiety come across their faces. I don't want to go back now. Why? Why are they doing this again, Mom? I thought they voted to make them optional. Why are they changing it? Why can't the people that want to wear them and leave us alone? Hardly any kids in my class wore them in school so far. It doesn't make any sense. Why are they punishing us? All questions that came from my children, and I can't answer any of them because it doesn't make any sense. The only justification is our school board has been bullied into submission for the second time by a small group of parents that are throwing temper tantrums like toddlers and won't stop until they get their way. This is a personal battle for me as I'm fighting for my children's health and mental well-being. Sure, some kids could care less about wearing a mask, but there are also children that it affects greatly. A pro-mask parent made a sign that said, "Masks are easy, virtual school is not." My kids did perfectly fine with virtual school, but suffered from masking 7+ hours a day. For example, my daughter would have stomach aches every single morning before we left the house. While in the drop-off line, she would fidget, bounce her legs, turn the air conditioning on full blast, and put her face in it to try to calm herself, all while saying how much she hated the masks and she felt like she was going to suffocate in it, then getting berated by certain staff for pulling it down to catch her breath. They would come home with headaches almost every day. Not incredibly healthy for a kid, right? So to take this choice away from the kids that feel like her is an incredible disservice to these children. You have to think about all the children and all their well-being, especially their mental health. I saw babies and toddlers with masks on while their parents drove past our peaceful mask optional rally the other day. A little girl, masked, sitting in the front passenger side, peered out of her mother's car. She was hardly tall enough to see out. She was masked though, so she was safe from COVID while riding in the car with her mother and siblings. But was she safe? Maybe 50 pounds soaking wet and sitting in the front seat of a vehicle, but at least she had a mask on. We have an anti-bully policy that supposedly PHM takes very seriously. Please be the leaders that we have elected you to be, stand your ground, and do not cave to these bullies. We are counting on you to stand by your initial vote and keep masks optional. I will leave you with this quote from my first grader. He was here, but he had to leave. He is wise beyond his years. Why can't the people that want to wear them and leave us alone? Bo Cartwright, age 7. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Cartwright. Maddie Cartwright?
Hello, everyone. My name is Madeline Cartwright. I am an 8th grade student at Discovery Middle School, and today I came to talk about why I think masks should not be required for the students in the Penn District. As we all know, COVID has been around now for about 18 months, and it has not gone away. People over the U.S. have not only quarantined for periods of time, but also worn masks everywhere they go, and obviously the virus is still here. Cloth masks that students and staff wear and hand out in the building of schools are not doing us any good for the stopping of the spread of the virus. The virus's size is 0.0006, which is much smaller than the mask material, so it is easy for the virus to get through since it is airborne, which means the virus can still travel back and forth through masks, which is not preventing anything. After talking about the fact that masks other than maybe the N95 don't work at all, they are also terrible for students' social and mental health. When we wore a mask last year during school, I could barely ever hear my teachers talking with their masks on, considering the fact we also had dividers blocking sound and faces of other classmates as well, which affected my education on most classes since I couldn't understand what my teachers were saying most of the time. Masks also didn't just affect my education in school, but also has affected my social life in school. Most of the time last year, during the periods when we could talk in class or passing periods, I could not hear my friends or what they were saying unless they pulled down their masks, which we couldn't do, obviously. So masks also affected my social life and me and my friends' relationships just by wearing a mask. As we know, a large part of our communication is nonverbal, which is taken away from us when we were required to wear a mask. Masks had also affected my mental health and anxiety. Before going to school, I would always be a little nervous, but having to wear a mask made it even worse. Sitting in the car rider line with my mask on, ready to go out of school for the day, made me feel like I couldn't breathe on top of already being nervous since we had been virtual for a while. When I would go into school, I would have to pull my mask below my nose for a minute immediately, or I would feel like I couldn't breathe at all. Already being a kid that goes to school very nervous each day, wearing a mask and getting yelled at by teachers if we weren't wearing it at all, the weight or had it below our nose made it even worse. Masks has affected me and many others' lives in very negative ways, and it is easy for the parents of other students in the district to say that they want us all to be required to wear masks every day, not being able to breathe or take it off for even a second because they're not the ones having to deal with it. They're not the ones having to deal with the struggles of hearing their teachers teach or hearing their friends tell them about their last class they had. They are not the ones that are going to struggle if masks are required. We are. And even if masks aren't required and we don't have to wear one, they still will get their way because they can still wear a mask if they want. And this year so far at school, under 10% of the kids are choosing to wear a mask. So it does not make sense to take the side of the 10% instead of the other 90. And if that's what makes them feel safe, then that's great because everyone should be feel safe going to school every day. But everyone should be able to have a choice in what they want to do. This is America and this is what we want, a choice. Thank you.
Thank you, Madeline. Madeline, there's nothing we love hearing more than our students coming to address us. Thank you for doing that. Joshua Hyman?
My name is Josh Hyman. Today I come before you guys to speak on Return to Learn. To keep masks optional is really important to myself and our community as students. We need to be able to make our own decisions as part of American citizens. Being forced to be told what to do and when to do it in the school for your own body is ridiculous. Having 10% or under of students wearing masks is not enough to listen to the other 90%. It's also much easier to communicate with teachers. Communication with teachers is way more important than hiding behind a mask. Hiding behind a mask isn't helping anybody. It's hurting us academically and emotionally. No one wants to come to school in the morning and hide behind a mask and not be able to hear their teacher talking. It's taking our liberty away. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Joshua, very much. Appreciate you being here. Reed Gates.
Hello, everyone. My name is Reed Gates. I read side at 51195 Covington Shores Drive. I'm in 6th grade and go to Discovery Middle School. And before I begin, I would like to say a big thank you to everyone. You have done a great job of keeping the school safe, excuse me. You've done a great job of keeping the school safe, inspiring, outgoing, and uplifting. I couldn't go to better school without the school board. Thank you. Next, I would like to say a few words about masks. I think as a student that the mask rules should stay the same. Why do I say that? Well, hear me out. It affects our Imagine this. A class trying to sing with masks. I have a feeling that wouldn't turn out well. It also affects us in gym class. We would have to wear our masks the entire time. It could also be dangerous. What happens if a student has heavy breathing? That could be very dangerous for the student because he or she does not have enough oxygen. Because we can't pull it down, obviously. And it could increase the intake of carbon dioxide, like Mr. Garrett said. It could increase many other health effects, such as headaches, stomach aches, etc. I thank you for listening to me tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Reed. You did a great job. Thank you very much. Christy Witt.
Hi, my name is Christy Witt. I live in Granger. Thank you, board, for letting me speak tonight. So here we are, 4 days into school. What transpired in the last few weeks? Grown adults acting like bullies, practically beating you all into submission. Beacon, the health department, and a letter from almost 300 doctors, all playing politics with our kids' lives. I can only assume you were also harassed and targeted at your home. What happened to my body, my choice? Will all athletes need to wear a mask at practice and games? Remember, the world's deadliest virus for kids doesn't only get them between 8 and 5. I hope the athletes will be wearing them on Friday night for the football game. Beacon, why would they go after PHM? So strange. Did they follow suit with other school systems? I'd love for Beacon to share with us how many kids are hospitalized for COVID versus how many kids are admitted to their psych ward who've dealt with stress, anxiety, depression, suicide, ideation because of this clown show. The health department. One leader claims to be an expert in virology and immunology, yet his PhD is in religion, ethics, and society. We weren't born with diapers on our face. How is this ethical and not child abuse? We actually have God-given rights protected by our Constitution. Anyone here practice law? Not just case law, constitutional law. Shame on that leader who doesn't practice what he preaches. If you're serious about keeping our kids safe, please look into dilution and destruction technologies. Stop conducting waste and abuse with COVID funds and install something in all schools if you received funding. OSHA will be called to help you in your endeavor. 18 months later, and history repeats itself. COVID cases still happened while our kids were virtual, hybrid, and in person. Enough is enough. Under the Nuremberg Code, no one may be coerced to participate in a medical experiment, and that's what masks are. Quick reminder, there's not one randomized control trial on mask effectiveness. This is literally the gold standard for studies. End of story. Not one randomized control trial. 300 doctors getting political and throwing their we know best attitude for all to see. No, I, the parent, know best. The experts have run our lives for 18 months. They've done a horrible job. They've used fear to scare people into submission. They've overplayed a virus, pushed false science, wrecked childhoods, destroyed education, ruined mental health. They've divided us, coerced us, obliterated medical privacy. And still, we're supposed to listen to them as the ruling class. Their job is to inform us, not rule us. The virus is with us. We can't stop it. You can't stop it. Sorry, you're not God, and neither are your masks. The only variant I'm worried about at this point is called communism. Forcing children to wear masks is a heinous crime. The people who continue to perpetuate the disaster in the face of clear science should be charged criminally for the psychotic abuse of public office. By the way, the anti-mask choice people, their leader was on News 16 interviewed and her mask was hanging below her nose. How is that effective? Please do not give in to these bullies and honor your 5-2 mask optional vote a short few weeks ago.
Thank you, Christy. Finley Zaber. Hi, Finley.
Hi, my name is Finley Zaber. I am 10 years old, a fifth grader for Horizon. As a kid with asthma, masks make it very hard to breathe when you're at gym or recess. Also, when you're at speech, when you're trying to hear the teacher, it is not easy. These masks do not help us.
Thank you, Finley. Tyler Tabor.
My name is Taylor. I am a sophomore at Penn High School, and I never would have thought that I would be up here talking to the board of my school face to face about something that I have an opinion on, but here I am. So, how many kids are being personally affected by things that you have no idea about because you yourself are not being personally affected by them? I think that if you wholeheartedly believe that kids of Penn-Harris-Madison schools should wear masks, then convince us instead of forcing us, because all you're doing is showing us that what our country stands for means nothing to the people that are educating us. And yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Dad. You did a great job. Thank you. Anastasia Glassburn? And Anastasia, before you begin, I do want to make a comment because the question has come up and I should have made a comment earlier. If you have already provided your address when you registered to speak, you don't have to provide it publicly. A number of people did mention the fact that they are concerned about retribution or bullying themselves. So if you've already put your address on the green sheet, you don't have to provide it.
Thank you.
The floor is yours.
Okay, Dr. Thacker, President Riley, members of the school board. The PHM triangle of success right in front of us tonight is not broken. I feel like it is becoming a downright lie. You've replaced parents with doctors, local unelected health officials, national organizations, and affluent members of this community who have chosen to use their positions of power to manipulate and bully you, and most importantly, play politics with our children. COVID is not going away. It's here to stay. Like all viruses, it's going to run its course. In PHM alone, over 700 kids last school year tested positive for COVID. This was with mandatory masking, hybrid model learning, a virtual option, and some of the strictest mitigation policies we've had to date. You're not going to get rid of COVID on a state level, a local level, and certainly not on a school level, no matter how hard you try. I have children in the elementary, middle school, and high school grade levels. All of them have reported to me that a majority of their teachers and students are choosing to come to school without a mask. I would estimate roughly 90% of the PHM student body is mask-free. What should that tell you? It should tell you that an overwhelming majority of your entire PHM community is exercising their right to choose. But your vote tonight is not about masks. It's not about who's right and who's wrong, who has the most power. It's not about if masks are the gold standard of COVID mitigation or if masks don't offer any protection at all and they only have risks and every single argument you guys have heard in between. That is not what your vote is about tonight. It is not about COVID cases. It's not about what color of the rainbow our county happens to be in on a Tuesday. That is not what your vote is about. It's about whether the school board thinks it is important for parents to have a choice. Your vote is about parental choice, not masks. Your vote tonight is going to tell us if parents belong to that triangle of success or if that triangle is nothing but a sham and a lie. Your vote will tell the entire PHM community if you believe that parents have a right to choose what is appropriate for their own children and their own families. It will set a precedent from tonight moving forward for the rest of this year in this district with this school board tonight. And I'm going to close in just saying one thing, actually a couple things. No matter what angry local bloggers might like to say, there is absolutely nothing wrong with loving Jesus. I love Jesus. I also consider it a privilege that we have a golf coach serving on our school board tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Osborne. Mrs. Clapsack.
Hi, I'm Joy. I'm back. I was praising you and thanking you last time, but this time it's going to be a little different. We're in an emergency situation. I truly believe every single one of you care about children, and you did not make this decision lightly to force mask children whose parents do not want them to be masked. I think it was hard for you. The administration team that met, Dr. Thacker, Dr. Short, Mr. Linsky, I think that you wanted to give parents an option, and that's why just a few days ago you did. I appreciate that you care about our children, and board members who are going to vote tonight to support masks being required and forced on children. I think that you love and care for children. But the situation is drastic. We are in an emergency state. And so I actually have a proposal and a challenge for you, and I'm hoping that you'll accept it. What a better way to support our children that we're hearing from that are here? What a better way to support them than pledge tonight that tomorrow morning you're going to put your mask on too. And you're going to wear it for 7 hours straight. 7 days a week or 5 days a week, 7 hours. I want you to commit tonight. I ask you to publicly commit and say, we're not going to ask you to do something that we will not stand right next to you and do with you. It's hard. This is a big ask. We know our children, by the percentages we're talking about, don't want to be masked. Their parents do not want them to be masked. But right now, you can wear a mask if you would like. And so I'm going to really challenge you. And I would like for you to wake up tomorrow morning, and I'd like for you to wake up and around, look, we'll just take in the elementary kids, 7:30 a.m. I want you to put your mask on, even if you're in your house, because you know what? Our children are putting them on. They're getting on their bus where they're required. So put that mask on at 7:30, even though you might feel silly in your car, driving alone. Do it because you know why? Our children are doing it. And then when you get to your office and you're alone sitting at your desk, you still have your mask on. You think, gosh, I'm going to pull it down to my chin because nobody's near me. I want you to keep it up over the nose because you know why? Our children are keeping it up over their nose. If your stomach starts to growl, it's been a couple hours and you kind of want to eat a snack. Fight that urge to pull that mask down. Don't pull it down. I want you to keep it up. You know why? Our children are keeping their mask up. If we ask our children to wear these masks for 7 hours a day minimum, 5 days a week, will you pledge tonight that I am going to do it with you? I'm going to stand shoulder to shoulder. I'm putting my mask on and I'm not going to take it off until the end of the day. I would love to come back and see how it's going.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Here is Spivey.
Dr. Thacker and members of the board, never did I imagine I would be standing here today to advocate for my child's own health with our local school board. Never did I imagine I would have to beg and plead to leave my family alone. These are my kids. These are not your kids. Never did I imagine that I would encounter a group of people who purposely bulldoze opposing health viewpoints from families they share life with. Our kids play in a basketball league together. They attend birthday parties and they have play dates. They're not wearing a mask, but turn around and they're wearing them 7 hours a day at school. This is not science, it's hypocrisy and it's optics and it's disgusting. This is also neglecting other scientific information that suggests that it is not healthy. Never did I imagine I would stand before you all and ask, how did we get to this point where a school board has found it appropriate to strip away the very oath parents make when they have children, to love, guide, and protect them? Those of us who oppose a mask mandate for all believe that the ramifications of mental and emotional health, anxiety, depression, social wellness, infections from the dirty mask are just as serious and enough for us to choose not to mask our own children. But we continue to respect the choice of families who do choose to mask their children. That is their right, their decision, and their children. It is not my place to tell them not to do so. But what are we witnessing? Science now has limitations, and personal health decisions no longer have value, nor are they respected. Why is the well-being of their child more important than my own? It is absolutely disgusting you've allowed this type of dynamic to infiltrate our community. I am grateful, though, however, for the healthcare professionals that have so generously shared their name on these public platforms in favor of universal masking, because a doctor who does not believe in my child's full well-being, they need to be known. And there are thousands of doctors out there who disagree with these mandates. It all started out as 14 days to flatten the curve, and we all got on board because we all care about the collective health of our community. But then we were told it wasn't enough. So they started masking us. And then we were told, well, that's not enough. So let's do double mask and then vaccines. And now here we are vaccinated and we're still wearing masks, being encouraged now to get a booster. And that's still not enough. It's been 18 months and we need to be able to make our own choices based on the information and the research that we have today. You, though, are now complicit in forcing children into submission. This should never take place in the United States. You have been bullied, and you're proving that the health and safety for PHM students is not inclusive for everyone. We will remember this in the decisions you've made this upcoming elections, because I absolutely refuse to stand by and allow health and wellness to be defined by a single group of individuals with exclusions attached to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Spivey. Selena Price.
My name's Selena. I live in a street nearby within the Tri-City here. I am a mom, not a doctor or a lawyer, but this information can be found on your Holy Grail site of CDC. America is not a hospital. Northern Indiana is not a hospital. The United States constitutional right guarantees individual freedom, liberty, and due process. This applies to our individual pursuits of medical intervention and health practices. Our Constitution does not secure the government the power to impose, enforce medical mandates or the power to punish those who do not comply. As of today, the recovery rate for COVID is 97% to 99.75%, of which COVID poses almost no risk to our children. Example, August 10th, 2021. 4.2 million children were tested positive for COVID, of which only 0.008% died. That's not even half of 1%. The CDC estimated back in 2018, 2019, in the season, that 480 children died of the flu. That's more children that died of COVID in the past 18 months. For anyone on this board, in this room, that suggests, in those years, did you suggest our children wear a mask for the flu? Anybody in this room make your children wear a mask for the flu, which is more dangerous than COVID? 18 months into this and we're still having a problem. We'll continue to struggle. Why? Because COVID cannot be filtered out due to having animal reservoirs. The CDC has managed to convince a portion of you that we can handle this like the smallpox, that can go away. But the smallpox had no animal reservoir. That's why we were able to eradicate, take away that virus. This will not happen with COVID any more than the common cold or flu. The CDCs have found that the coronavirus, along with all other respiratory viruses, are spread by aerosol particles that are small enough to pass through every mask. I don't know if you heard that. I can repeat that. The particles can pass through every mask. Okay. Okay. So what do you call this when you force your children to wear masks for a virus that poses almost zero threat to them? Child abuse. This would be the same if any of us with our children sent them to school with a helmet on their head because we're afraid a meter is going to hit them. You would call that child abuse as well. It's irrational. Forcing your kid to participate in this absurd charade of wearing a mask to satisfy your own irrational fear and hypochondria is maddening. It would be the same equivalent. It's just stop suggesting and attempting to force something unconstitutional upon my children for your irrational hypochondria. Just like the common flu and the cold, consider COVID is not going away. It's here to stay. Thank you.
Mr. Riley.
Do we need to do all the in-person at once, or can we go to a couple of people? Can we switch to some of the virtual folks?
I don't know that there's a rule. It's just been our procedure.
I mean, just for, to mix it up a little bit.
How about we do this? Let me get through the first 25.
Deal.
And then we'll switch over to virtual. Jackie Mullen?
So you guys changed everything, so I had to rewrite a little bit. My son is a first grader at Prairie Vista. My children had COVID last year. My son got it from a classmate at daycare, brought it home, and gave it to my daughter. My son was one of 4 boys in his classroom that got COVID. Both kids' classrooms were shut down for 2 weeks, and we quarantined my son's soccer team. It's a great time. Well, my husband and I were fortunate not to get it. I totally understand the fallout of being exposed and exposing others, especially your loved ones. My son does wear a mask. He wears it to protect himself, and he would use it to protect his classmates. My daughter is still in daycare, and getting a 2.5-year-old to wear a mask all day can be difficult, so she at times is fully exposed to her classmates. So I am trying to protect my son's classmates as well, since we know that it has spread among kids. And while masks aren't 100% according to Coach Garrett, I can personally tell you that without masks, kids do and will continue to get COVID. And last, my mom is battling uterine cancer and just finishing up chemo. I'm trying to protect them, protect her as much as possible so that my children can also, and protect them so that my kids can see their grandmother. As are all of you, I'm tired. I'm tired of worrying. I'm tired of this discussion. I'm tired of getting tested with every little cold. I'm tired of stressing about how work and how I'll handle it if they are quarantined or school goes virtual. And mostly, I'm tired of worrying that we won't be as lucky if we get COVID again. But it's still here and we can't ignore it. Personally, I'm all for masks because in my mind, it's better to be safe than sorry. But I also have a son who doesn't have an issue with wearing a mask. I understand that parents have concerns with their kids being masked. I sympathize with them because they are worrying about their child the same way I'm worrying about mine. In the future, the school board needs to make sure that you provide a clear and specific plan. If you make mask optional again, I'd like you to put a plan in place to mitigate the risk of being optional. I'd like for somebody to tell me that my son can have a partition around him. I'd like him to be able to sit with kids that are also masked. But with that being said, I also have parents that have children who can't wear a mask or physically have fears and anxiety of wearing one. This affects their learning and mental health. You are now that you've mandated masks, how are you going to address those concerns of the parents in here? What are the options for not wearing a mask? Will this mean that they can wear a shield? Will this mean that the teachers who don't want to wear, what will happen to the teachers that don't want to wear a mask? What are we working towards to remove this mandate? Are we going to be using our own time or our own metrics? Are we going to be using the county? We need to figure it out. You guys need to have a better plan in the future of how we're going to address everybody so that we are not so one-sided. That's it.
Mrs. Mullen, thank you. Appreciate you sharing those details of your life with us. We appreciate your input.
Thank you.
Mr. Jones.
Good evening again, everyone. As always, you have my gratitude for serving in a very difficult position. To me, this issue was never about what's right or what's wrong. It was always about the personal choice for everybody to make the decision that's best for their family. It was never about forcing others to conform to what I believe. The other side of this equation, however, doesn't even care what I want unless it's what they want. And that's the problem tonight. I've been in front of this board for close to 15 months now. I've stayed away from injecting politics and opinion into the discussion and choosing to offer facts and alternatives so that everybody has something in the deal. Today, I'm going to take a different tone. Like everyone else has spoken before me, it appears that the administration has given in to the pressure of the so-called experts, who have embraced and employed pure political theater in an effort to bully, manipulate, and pressure every one of you guys. Given into the fear and hypocrisy, sacrificed the freedoms of people in your community, chosen mandates over choices for the parents who have civilly stood by and supported the board. No one in support of optional ever scattered garbage in any board member's yard on 3 consecutive nights. not even when board members voted against choice or began spearheading community activism in an effort to pressure the board's decision and the superintendent's recommendations. Never happened. These experts say it's a matter of life and death, an existential health issue. If this were true health issue, so-called experts wouldn't ignore the total wellness of every single student, social, emotional, and long-term development. If this were a matter of life and death, those favoring universal masking, they would wear a mask properly and at all times. They would recognize that an improperly worn and ill-fitting cotton snowflake mask is not going to stop a virus that escaped a level 4 biosafety lab. Masks are simply just not that effective, yet this is how we're going to save kids from a virus 10 times less likely, 10 times than to die in a car crash. Don't drive home, folks. Don't strap your kids in. It is a matter of life and death. This is just the beginning, and the administration will be setting the stage to be bullied and pressured into mandating vaccines, passports, and harmful curriculum. It's all coming. Get used to it. You should consider your obligation to the people that elected you. Close to 80% of them oppose masks. I see 7 board members here tonight, and I see 1 with a mask on. I don't see how you can, in good conscience, pass this if you don't adhere to the model, the same mandates that you impose on a 5-year-old starting tomorrow. Leadership is by example. Board members and administrators supporting this plan have children who've been wearing a mask that haven't been wearing a mask for the last 4 days, and children attending private schools. I assume it's for the less restrictive environment, can't be for the quality of education. No one's likely to die in the aftermath of this vote. No one's going to remember who voted for what. It's also unlikely that anyone's going to remember what you voted for, but you will all be called, and you'll never be called to bear any of the responsibility for it. But rest assured, this administration bears the full responsibility for it. The triangle will be irreparably damaged, reduced to a flat line, with only one word written on it: administration. Parents and students will be left in the aftermath. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. You'll have to help me with this one. Alyssa Chadzicki?
Hey, you promised me you weren't going to do that. My name is Alyssa, and I have 3 girls at Meadows. And first 3 days of school, over 80 degrees, probably pushing more 90. All 3 came home begging to not let them ride that bus again because their masks were drenched in sweat, and their faces were probably the color of the tie up there. So now we no longer ride buses in the afternoon because they didn't have air, and apparently they had to sit there for almost 30 minutes waiting on some child in the school. No air, in 90-degree weather, masked up. My kids shouldn't be coming home with sweaty masks and red faces. I'm sorry, that just seems silly. And apparently COVID doesn't have anything on today because it only starts tomorrow. So we should all be masked up here. If it is really that much of a threat, and if you guys all want to vote for mask, just like he stated, we should all be having them on today. You can't come up to a podium, you can't come into this room with a mask and walk out without one, okay? So let's talk about hypocrisies and contradictions, because that is the theme of this all. So science is black and white. You can't say I think or I feel. I think the masks work. I think the vaccination, you won't get sick or you might not pass it. That's not science. This is a microorganism. It's been stated multiple times today. It will get through your mask if it wants you. You cannot wear a mask into a restaurant and go sit at your table and take your mask off, and all of a sudden, I guess the virus doesn't have you there. You can't walk into an airport terminal with your mask on and then have an invisible wall. I saw it so many times. Invisible wall here with all the dining. Apparently, mask off there. Virus doesn't jump over that invisible wall. Kids can't play or go to parties out of school because mask free, because the virus doesn't pick and choose like that. But apparently that's what we're saying. You can't serve food to people and then allow them to pick the sauces. Like, this just happened to me. You cannot wear a mask in the meeting and then walk out and not wear it. It does not allow you to pick and choose. It's the beauty of all this. But a lot of people are picking and choosing, and I am so sick and tired of the contradictions and the inconsistencies and the hypocrisies that we are all around right now. Masks are not for show, and it is not to put up this big front. Oh my gosh. So if it is so bad, we will shut this all down right now and we will all go home because it's that bad. And we will not have sports, including collegiate, by the way.
Minutes are up.
Oh, dang darn it. Athletes can't play games.
Thank you, Alyssa. Jeff Jankowski. Hello, sir.
Jeff Jankowski, Granger. I was hoping that Penn could remain a small beacon of hope regarding our community and the false narrative that has been authored by a corrupt federal and state government and pushed by a compliant and biased mainstream media. Every school district that mandates masks plays a role in furthering the lies and deceit that are plaguing our nation today. Some people might be saying it's just a mask. It's not, though. It's attitudes like that and too many people being ignorant or complacent about the truth that has caused this controversy to last this long. The science about whether masks protect you from this virus is irrefutable. They do not. If you disagree, you simply haven't listened to the right people. But you don't have to consult professionals. Just do a simple search for the results of mask mandates last year. Utter failure. Do a search for the Dr. Dan video or the new video from, I think, Kristen Megan Kelly. The evidence that masks are ineffective is so clear it's not even close. No matter what color zone we are in changes that fact. The logic of mask choice is also irrefutable. Can universal mask mandate supporters answer one simple question? If the mask is effective, why does it matter who's wearing one? You can't seriously think that the air you might breathe from an unmasked person is not stopped by your mask, but somehow the air you're breathing at the unmasked person is somehow filtering all contaminants. Let me touch on the vaccine. I realize that the current controversy is not about the vaccine, but I can almost guarantee it's coming soon. Is it so necessary because it's so effective? It's been clearly shown to not be effective, especially with new strains. They want you to get a booster already. Of course, people tried to tell you that from the beginning, that would happen. But if you insist the vaccine is so effective, then what do you have to fear from COVID or the unvaxxed? And why would any vaccine be mandated for someone who has fully recovered and has a more robust natural immunity? The vaccine just doesn't stand the test of logic either. In light of all this, the FDA gave approval of Pfizer's vaccine today. If you think that was based on its efficacy rather than huge sums of money changing hands behind closed doors, then you're part of the problem. This is our chance as a community to change the narrative, the bogus fact-checking, the senseless censorship, the lies, the authorities in every segment of life that are trying to bribe and coerce people into doing what they want. If you don't see that as a form of a dictatorship, then again, you're part of the problem. Here's this grant money. We'll give it to you if you only use mask, everyone. Hey, docs, your job might be in jeopardy if you don't sign this petition. Hey, college student, you can't come here if you don't get the vaccine. I know I'm not the only one that has a problem with these tactics. How much longer will you be willing to bow to the demands of tyrants who are bent on total control? Last year concerning masks in school was essentially a failure. Online learning, hybrid learning, mandatory masking. I'm not here to cry over spilled milk, though. It's been over a year and a half. People have had time to figure this stuff out, and if they're still scared, frankly, that's their problem. It's time to just do the right thing, let people make choices, and it's not too late to change your votes.
Thank you, Mr. Jankowski. Mr. Schetzel.
My name is Dan Schetzel. I am a parent of 2 PHM students. John Adams. We must be a nation of laws and not of men. To that end, we live under a constitution. A nation of laws, not of men, not of the most powerful institutions in your community. You have not given in to experts. You have given in to the most powerful in this community. That is who you have given in to. Let's talk about the St. Joe County Health Department, who some of you have referenced today. St. Joe County Health Department attempted to close businesses. 62 families lost their businesses because of the St. Joe County Health Department. The St. Joe County Health Department has been accused of stretching data to justify the closing of churches. the St. Joe County Health Department attempted to gain maximum fining authority to enforce the mask mandate. Let me give you a quote from a member of the St. Joe County Health Department. Some of you know this quote. December 2020. Contrary to what may be generally believed, we and our health officer, Dr. Robert Eintertz, have pushed extremely hard for draconian restrictions. That's not funny. Draconian restrictions on business activities, broad fining authority for mask non-use by anyone. And he goes on to call the upstart of those who think differently as crude, anti-science, willfully ignorant. Do you know the definition of draconian? Draconian means cruel and severe. And you sit here and you tell us that you're doing this partly because of the recommendations of the St. Joe County Health Department. Dr. Jason Marker, who may have done some wonderful work as a physician, but he is the man who made that quote. He is a Beacon Health System physician. He shared this information according to one local news outlet with Beacon physicians. This attitude, that's the second powerful local organization you bowed the knee to. What's the third one? How about the University of Notre Dame? A University of Notre Dame professor used Notre Dame email, a Notre Dame logo, and called for Penn students to lie to their administration Wednesday, Thursday, Friday in a sick out in order to change your vote. Father Jenkins owes us an explanation, not a representative. Father Jenkins does. Why was this allowed?
3 minutes are up. Thank you, Mr. Schetzel.
I do have two more things to say, and I'm going to say them.
Your 3 minutes.
I understand. Josh.
George Bashura.
55% of teacher
George
communication
Bashura
is here.
is up. Mr. Schetzel, your time is up. Thank you. Thank you. Take your seat. Hello, Mr. Bashura.
Good evening. Before I speak and my time starts, this platform, this stance here needs to be cleaned. A parent who had their mask on had the need to take her mask off and put it on this desk. This is contaminated according to what's going on today. So before I speak and my time starts, this needs to be cleaned.
Thank you, Mr. Bashura. You're on the clock now.
I'm not speaking until it's clean.
Okay.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, there's people outside being turned away that want to talk. Do you know that?
I can't, Mrs. Jones, I can't hear you.
There's people that have been standing outside the doors that are being turned away and told they cannot speak.
Well, I tell you what, Mr. Bashura, why don't you have a seat? Are we ready for, can we bring in one by video then?
Oh, she's all set.
No, right here.
Thank you, Mrs. Jones.
I don't enjoy having you down, President Riley. Like I'm a professional.
Thank you very much. I greatly appreciate that.
Okay. Mr. Bashura.
Good evening, President Riley, Dr. Thacker, and members of the board. First, I want to say is I can't believe the students that we have in this district. Those kids had said a lot of the stuff that I was going to say tonight. And I was telling folks out there, I have to change what I'm saying because everything I was going to say, they've said. So with that, I'm going to read a portion of the Constitution. We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defiance, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish the Constitution of the United States of America. I'm going to go quote our President Thomas Jefferson. In questions of power, then let no more be heard of confidence in man, but bind him down from mischief by the chains of the Constitution. And I'm now going to quote Benjamin Franklin. Only a virtuous people are capable of freedom. As nations become corrupt and vicious, they have more needs of masters. We are here today with those words from Benjamin Franklin. Okay? I love this board. This board has done great things. Okay? My daughter was one of those that was participating in band. You guys have a home football game on Friday. Those kids are going to be out there on the field with no mask on. My daughter's not going to be out on the band on the field without a mask on. They're not even having bell covers on their instruments. Okay? This is a struggle, folks. This is real. Okay? I'm going to apologize for these board members, to these board members that were bullied by these doctors at Beacon Hospital. It's not right. As part of your pyramid, okay, it's talking about not bullying. Each one of you has been attacked in some way, shape, or form this past week, and it's not acceptable. Folks need to stand up. I appreciate everything that's being done, but folks, if we let this continue, it's going to be this month, it's going to be next month, it's going to go on and on. We need to defend this Constitution. And when you became a member of this board, you took an oath that you will not go and act in any treasonous way or ways to undo this board. You folks need to be thinking about what you're doing. Okay? I appreciate your time. I appreciate this district, but please, we need to reconsider this vote and make it a mask optional, because as an American, it's our choice. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bastura. Laura Rudzinski.
Hi, Laura Rosinski. I have 5 kids in the district that you are now all going to be masking against their will. They do not want this. They do not want to have masks on. I'll tell you what they don't like, and they're smart kids. They don't like being told that they have to wear a mask when their teachers take their mask down and yell at them to put their mask back up. It happens continuously. Their teachers do not follow your rules. What are the discipline? What's going to be discipline for the teachers who do not follow the rules? When my kids come home every day, Mom, we had our principal get on our bus today to yell at us to make sure we had our mask on while we're on the bus, while he wasn't wearing a mask. What example are you setting for the kids? You should be ashamed of yourselves. Adults get a choice. My kids do not. You have taken that away from them. Mrs. Galloway, I see you're not really concerned about the mask. You're not wearing one today, although you voted for it 2 weeks ago. You voted for a mask. You wanted masks. You and Mrs. Roach both did. Mrs. Roach at least has consistency in wearing hers. Let's do the policy here. Why are we not cleaning this? Mr. Bashir is absolutely correct. This virus is so bad. Why are we not cleaning this from every person that is standing here? Where is my partition? I should be able to talk to you from my plexiglass. I mean, my children have to sit at lunch, not able to talk to their friends by themselves. They can see them, but they can't talk to them because of the plexiglass. They're told to use their phones to communicate with their friends through the plexiglass. It's idiotic. I have one kid that has a phone. The rest of them do not. So the other 4 cannot speak to their friends. And so are my elementary kids who can't get vaccinated going to have to wear a mask in the blue continually? The youngest. Yeah, I see your thing. Are you going to make them read it? Are you going to make them wear a mask continually on the bus all day because they're not able to be vaccinated? So the youngest part of the population, you're going to enforce a mask on. This is not your choice. This is my choice. My pediatrician signed that god-awful petition that was nothing but fear, and they chose to not educate the public in that long newspaper article. They could have given studies. They could have educated the community as a whole why a mask was available, why you should be wearing it, and they chose to fear. They chose to say, if a kid dies, it is on your conscience. That is horrible, and I am horrified that my pediatrician decided to make that decision. It is not on your conscience if a child dies, unless you can decide that that kid actually picked it up at Penn and not outside playing with their kids or other kids, not, at a group party. I am horrified that you have bowed down to these health conglomerates.
Minutes are up.
That may be, but I'm going to finish.
Thank you, Mrs. Rydzinski. We appreciate
And
you.
Mr. Riley, you said that
Mr.
the
Matt-
health care was
Mr.
up
Matt Branson,
to the
please.
parents. And
Matt
you
Branson,
said
please.
you were an educator
Ma'am,
and you were not in the business
ma'am,
of health
The
care.
rules
Shame on
apply
you.
to
I'm done.
everybody. Everybody, let's all take a breath, okay? We have another 40 people that have to get through tonight, okay? I asked very politely, everybody recognize that you get 3 minutes to speak. We're happy to hear what you have to say, but please be respectful of the time of others too. Mr. Branson, please.
Thank you. My name is Matt Branson, and I stand here today as a community member, a father of 2 kids at Horizon Elementary, and as a voter. The debate about masks in schools isn't a political fight about personal rights, but a fight for our kids' and communities' health. I'm not a health professional, but plenty of health professionals have spoken to and given me a plethora of facts. And they're going to be speaking to you again as well tonight. It's easy to be distracted by all the noise and fall down the misinformation rabbit hole. And I'm asking you tonight to try hard to not go down that hole, but instead listen to our health experts. There is a huge consensus among our local health professionals that the kids need to be masked in schools. In fact, over 300 health officials now have signed onto a letter that was published in the South Bend Tribune stating just that. And it sounds like we've all read it, but I hope you all have, as I have. And it's a very disturbing letter. From the letter, I quote, "At worst, children will be hospitalized on ventilators and some may even die. The PHM school board has an opportunity to help avert a crisis and should consider that the avoidable health consequences or death of even one child will be on their conscience." Take a moment and let that sink in. A decision to not have a mask mandate could potentially cause a child in our community to have a long-term health effects or die. Just the slightest possibility that PHM might prevent any of this should make you want to pass a mask mandate. And to be clear, this isn't an overreacting parent saying this. This is over 300 healthcare officials in our community telling you this. And Dr. Thacker, you mentioned last meeting how you support law enforcement. And that's great because we'll need their expertise if we have an active shooter or security threat. I'd also like to thank you today for your recommendations because now you're supporting our doctors during their version of an active shooter, a pandemic. PHM's reputation has already been tarnished enough by this debate. Let's start repairing it and do our part, stopping the pandemic so we can get back to what we do best, giving our children the best education that Indiana has to offer. And if anyone isn't familiar with the letter or local doctors, I have brought a few extras. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Branson. We appreciate it very much. John Berger.
Hi, John
Hello, sir.
Berger. I got a few children in the school system right now. A couple graduated, but I appreciate you guys' time. I had done a bunch of math. I'm not a math teacher, but I can do math, and I had done a bunch. But you, Mr. Riley, kind of blew that up. With the wonderful Mr. Dr. Fox, who must color in crayon, and my daughter probably can color better than him because yellow is yellow, red is red, and we're basically in orange. This is what you said. What data is that? What data is basically in orange? I'm not sure what that is, but let me give you some information off of the St. Joe County website. 61 current cases. This is as of this morning. That's 1.13%. 1.13% of positivity rate. If we're at 1.13% across the country, we wouldn't even be talking about this. But that's where we're at, 1.13. Let's talk about where we are here at Penn, although the numbers changed, so we'll get to that. So as of 1 o'clock, your dashboard said we had 17 positive cases. We're actually at 5 o'clock, that changed. It went to 21. And the date that changed was actually August 19th, which is covered in both those dates. So transparency is important, just FYI, because probably not everyone's looking at it all day long like I was, but it did change at 5 o'clock, and it was a date that should have been covered the day before. But anyway, then you blew it up again and said over the weekend, 19 more, right? So by the way, at 5 o'clock, we were at 0.168% as a Penn community with 12,500 people, 0.16. Now add in your 19 that happened over the weekend that still is not on the website, by the way, within a 10-day period, we would still be at 0.32%. Well below St. Joe County, well below the country. I agree that there is going to be some outbreaks, but it's been outbreaks for 18 months. At what point in time is let's call it 0.32% okay? At what point in time? I don't know if there is one. Your plan, I would say you weren't ready last time because we didn't have what was going to be next. It was mask optional. People asked, well, even on the other side that wanted masks said, hey, what's your plan? When is it going to change? No answer was given. Now we know it's Dr. Fox's coloring that's going to change it. But he didn't even give any data either. He gave no data. Their data is 22.5% daily activity rate, but they only have 61 cases. This as of this morning, only 61 cases, which equates to 1.13%. That is it. At what point in time are we okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Berger. And just to be clear, I want to make sure because I'm sensitive to the potential for public confusion. We are going by the Indiana Department of Health guidelines, not by the St. Joe County Department of Health. With that, Mr. Rutten.
Hi, I'm Andy Rutten, speaking a second time. And I want to mention up front, on-site people deserve priority to speak. We've been waiting a long time. This is not a comfortable environment. People are virtual, have the luxury of their homes. Okay, people are still outside. It's very hot outside. They are coming in to wait inside. People on site deserve priority. The novel COVID-19 came out last year, okay? We all responded to flatten the curve. We got treatment options. We got prototype vaccines. We got protective equipment in plenty, okay? My wife is not stealing my N95s anymore going to the hospital. We got alternatives to in-person activity to help break things up. We use that, okay? The hospitals have prepared. What's the problem? What are we still doing? It's time to move on. COVID's here. It's not going away. So we got to get back to normal. It's okay to get sick. My son got sick. He tested positive, had no symptoms. None of the rest of us got sick. We had visiting family. They didn't get sick. There was close contact. My nephew tested positive. None of his family got sick. I don't understand. We're talking about a new project, a new goal, a new operation here. These past COVID metrics, I don't think they apply anymore. We need to get on in life. Can there be an over-focus? Yes, it prolongs the epidemic. It just keeps it going longer and longer. If you flatten the curve gets longer. Okay, restrictions to evade COVID can promote new and more contagious variants, such as Delta. Of course it does. This is the science we learned when we were in high school. All organisms on Earth, human and virus, evolve and adapt. If we are adapting and evolving to protect ourselves from COVID, COVID is going to evolve and adapt to still get us. It's here to stay. It causes COVID risk anxiety. Okay? That's not good. I got to finish up. I asked the school board
return to the existing plan. COVID cases will occur. We have to accept it and deal with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rutten. I have the next registrant, only a first name, Sharice.
Hi
And
there.
what's your last name?
Shephers. It's Karis Shephers. Thank you for having me. I'm a PHM parent. My kids have been in PHM since kindergarten. They are both in elementary school. They and their classmates are all why I'm here tonight. There was nothing scarier for us as a family than sending our kids back this fall to a mask optional environment. We paid a price for keeping them home since the beginning of the pandemic. We had to prioritize their physical health over their emotional and social needs. It was a tough choice, but it was a life-saving one. The fact that our kids under 12 can't get vaccinated yet is why I'm here. Our most vulnerable will suffer if we continue on the way we're going. This is the price of optional masking, and it's not a price that I'm willing to pay. And if it's a price PHM is willing to pay, then it's not the school system that I thought and hoped that it was. My oldest is in 5th grade. He has asthma, putting him at an increased risk of severe consequence should he contract the virus. He's wearing a mask at school, which protects others from him. But if those around him aren't masked, he's not as protected as he could and should be. So really, the message you're sending me and other parents who have kids with underlying health issues is that you are okay with them being the price for others' freedom. That's a problem, and I don't think it's the message you really want to send. Also, I'm pregnant, which puts me at a higher risk of severe illness if I contracted the virus. If one of my kids did become ill, I would either have to rush to his aid and risk my unborn child, or distance myself to protect the pregnancy. Please don't ask me to make that choice when there is an evidence-based method to help reduce the likelihood of finding myself in that exact scenario. In addition to having asthma, my oldest also has autism. As I said, he's been at PHM since kindergarten. PHM has been nothing but kind and accepting to him and loving to our family. They have helped accommodate his unique needs until now, which is why the mask optional decision was so surprising and disappointing to our family. I have full faith that PHM knows how to make the right choice tonight because they have a history of prioritizing the health and well-being of all their students. I'm not here to say masks are comfortable and fun. They're not, but they do save lives. Kids are being hospitalized right now with the virus more than any time yet. That's not my opinion, that is a fact. The American Academy of Pediatrics recommends masking along with most reputable medical professionals. In PHM's own health and safety guidelines, which were sent out at the beginning of the year, local health experts were cited as the most important voices in making decisions about masking. Our local health experts have spoken in this open letter that many have referenced, imploring PHM to make a more safe choice. It's not too late for us to do the right thing and to do this the right way. And if you don't, then you as a school board can't sit in front of us and preach that safety is your top priority. I'm standing here begging you to reconsider so that my kid and others like him don't have to be the ones who pay the price for this lapse in judgment. Universal masking is not the easier choice, but it is the right one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Shepherd. Jesse Laux.
Hi. I was really hoping I didn't have to come here today because the fact that I'm even standing in front of you discussing this really just pisses me off. How is it that the majority of you who voted in favor of keeping masks, first off, let me just say, no, let me go back. I got to wrap my head around this. We voted you guys in by the public, yet you refuse to listen to what the public is saying. The majority of the public is telling you that they want the choice. Are you listening to the students that are up here? Are you listening to the parents that are speaking for their children? I do not want to send my 5-year-old to school in a mask. It's ridiculous, and it's ridiculous. Anyways, let me just get to these numbers. So you say we're in yellow. Okay, yellow means 10 to 99 new cases weekly per 100,000 people. That is 0.001% of people getting sick. But now we're all concerned because, wait, we moved to orange, right? So that's 100 to 199. Let's say 200 people get sick weekly. That's 0.002%. That is such a small number of people, and they're getting sick. these numbers may be going up, but what's the death rate doing? Did you look at that? It's going down. The death rate has not increased in all of this. This was already said, but I'm going to say it again. 4.2 million children have tested positive for COVID. A total of 0.008% of them have died. Did you know that twice as many children have died from drowning than they have of COVID? So your bathtub at home poses more of a threat to your child than dying of COVID. So I'll ask this question. Do you know what it's called to force a child to wear a mask out of fear of disease? It's called child abuse. Do you think about the psychological effects it will have on these kids? What about my kindergartner learning to read? Can you imagine how difficult it must be for him when he can't see the movement of his teacher's mouth? Have you considered what the health effects would be from forcing them to breathe through their sweat, spit, and dirt-soaked rags every day? Kindergartners are dirty kids. No, you're satisfied to place that burden on the children anyway. And why? It's not to keep them safe. That's my job. It's not to keep us adults safe. We have the option to be vaccinated. It's to protect yourselves and to make yourselves feel better and protect yourselves politically. It's disgusting and it's a disgrace. I don't call you for advice when I'm at the doctor with my kid and ask you what I should do. You aren't monitoring food consumption of overweight children. Why? Because it's not your job to make health choices. That's my job for my child. Put this back in the hands of the parents. It's our choice for our kids, not yours.
Thank you, Jesse. Jessica Rappert.
Howdy, folks. I'm back. I moved my kid to homeschooling because you people were going to flip the script. I knew it was going to happen. I knew you were going to succumb to the bullying. So here we go. Tonight's topic is about mask mandates. While some are literally concerned about safety, others are moving to strip away freedoms. The big picture here is about freedom. As an American citizen, I am guaranteed freedoms as written in our Constitution. Never does it mention that my rights or freedoms are subject to a state of emergency declaration. My rights are to be observed regardless of what is going on in our community. There is no amendment to guarantee safety. Our founding fathers wrote out guidelines stating that individual freedoms are the most important thing we can have. Demanding that others follow what is best for you is not freedom, it's tyranny. Fully vaccinated individuals are being hospitalized with COVID. Masking has not stopped COVID. We masked our students all year last year. Here we are still dealing with COVID. Last year's COVID tracking showed most positive cases were in virtual students, not in-person learning. No one will even discuss natural immunity. Once upon a time, natural immunity was the gold standard. It was just risky to get there. Now we must follow all COVID protocols regardless of immunity status. Participating in the community comes with risk. It is not my responsibility to assess your risk level and modify my behavior for your safety. Would you make a woman take birth control so you don't become pregnant? No one is asking for you to mask or not mask. We are simply asking for you to respect our right to choose. I understand the pressure being put on this board to make a certain decision. However, that decision has already been made. Furthermore, it is really not your decision. Hospital systems, doctors, universities, etc. are telling you to remove my freedom. It's not about health. If masking worked, no one would be fighting this battle. We have seen censorship of information in this country that is reminiscent of Goebbels and his takeover of the communications network in the 1930s. You cannot be permitted to hear a dissenting opinion. Our health department was proven compromised by the FOIA request showing emails between members on how to come down on local businesses. If viral spread was the problem, we would have been proactive and stopped the gathering before it started. No, they waited until the evening of to show up and threaten the business owner with fines. Our health director lost a lawsuit over his authoritarian overreach, and my tax dollars paid his legal fees. He is not able to oppose that on me, but I got to pay his lawyer to say that. But we are still expected to listen to his guidance without question. You have the opportunity tonight to finally end this nonsense. We are a free nation. Freedom does not guarantee safety. That is why so many of my brothers and sisters in arms have come home in coffins draped in the American flag to step up and fight for the freedom you're trying to take away from me. Stand firm in the decision you already made. Support our individual freedom of choice. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Rupp. Matt Sellis. Good evening, sir.
Hello, my name is Matt Salis. I probably know a lot of the board members here. I've been out here a lot. I have a lot of students at Penn High School. I'm almost an empty nester. I'm down to 3 students at Penn. So I feel good about that. Didn't really expect to be here tonight, but at some point in time, as a parent, You gotta step up and do the right thing. So I'm glad you guys are all here tonight. I appreciate everything's been said before. I've rewrote my speech like 10 times now sitting out there because everyone just keeps hitting on the topics that I'm going to hit on. So I'll keep it simple. COVID is here to stay. Period. No one disagrees with that. The science of the masks cannot stop the virus. Period. There's no discussion on that. Now, if you guys, which what I see you've done, which I understand, because I can see both sides, you politicize this. We can keep the kids in school if we mask them, because we don't have to quarantine them. We can keep them in school. It's not keeping them safe, but we can keep them in school. That's not the goal here. My goal is for you to educate my child, not just keep them in school. Being in the building is irrelevant if you're not educating them. And not only educationally, but be the leaders we want you to be. Step up and do the right thing, not because you're scared of what the repercussions are going to be, not because you're scared of what lawsuit could or could not happen. You voted your hearts last meeting. Tough call. I personally, that was the proudest moment I've had. I told people there's no way they're going to vote for that. I was impressed. The fact that this happens tonight, to me, no, this is not the Penn High School I belong to. This is not the Penn High School I went to. This is not the Penn High School that I coach at. We are leaders. You voted your heart. You devoted your conscience 2 weeks ago, or whenever it was. Sorry. Stick with that. COVID's here. We're not going to stop it. Okay? I challenge you. If any of you have had to deal with suicide, anxiety, or any of this with students, I have personally. I will risk COVID every day of the week for my students over suicide or anxiety, which you don't know is there. We know COVID's there. We know how to deal with that. We know how to work with that. Okay, the other things that are out there, we don't know what's going to happen. Don't give in to this. All we're asking for is personal choice. We're not asking you to make the choice for us. If the masks work going out, which they don't, but we'll say they do, then masks work going in. It's that simple. We're not taking away anyone's choice. Vote your hearts. Don't vote your politics. Don't vote your bullies' demands. Be the Penn High School that I'm proud to coach at. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Amir Basic. Yes, sir. Come on up.
How many minutes do I have?
3.
3 minutes. Okay. My name is Amir, and today I dealt with a judge, then I dealt with a lawyer, and hopefully I would like to deal with the doctors here today, but I guess it's the wrong meeting. So if I compare the COVID-19 with the educated idiot, I think I would actually vote for the COVID-19. And there is nothing more dangerous than educated idiots. So I'm not here to insult anyone, just basically to tell one thing. I just spoke with a couple of students outside, and they told me that 90% of them are not for the mask. So I guess you will have a simple vote here. It's 90 against 10, so there should be no mask. And number 2, if you're going to follow the science, then we're going to follow the science. Science clearly says that mask does not work, and it should be out of question. It doesn't work. So that's all I have to say. So
Thank you, Mr. Basic. We appreciate it. Bill Price. Bill Price. Jenna Bauer. Oh, hello, Mr. Price. Come on up.
Ready? Okay. Okay. Good evening. My name is Bill Price. I'm a behavior therapist with Northern Indiana Therapies. I have a daughter who is a section leader in the marching band, senior this year. And I am here primarily to talk about my experiences working with families and students basically with developmental delays and disabilities. And most of my clients are on the autism spectrum. And I just wanted to just talk a little bit about sensory issues and mask wearing. Okay, so most of my folks have sensory issues dealing with fluorescent lighting and noise and crowds, and to a lesser degree masks. But how we deal with that as a therapist is something called desensitization. Okay, that means we don't just cut them off from those kinds of environments that are adversely affecting them. We work to desensitize. So if we can get a kid who doesn't like crowds but can spend, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes at the farmer's market, and we can increase that gradually, generally, then that's a good thing. And the same principle holds with masks. And I've had a lot of some experience working with trying to get my clients masked up, and there are, I guess, a lot of strategies that I really will not get into right now, just for the sake of time. But I would just encourage everyone, if you're interested in these strategies, Google desensitization masks in children, and you'll get a ton of sources on how to approach your children and how to get them to wear a mask, maybe not for the whole day, for the whole 6 hours, but for at least 30 minutes, 60 minutes, and that's really a good way to approach it. So the last thing I wanted to address, I had heard that somebody had made the comment that autistic students cannot learn with masks on because they cannot read facial cues. Well, I would just say a couple things about that. That's a problem, I think, for all students. It's not unique to the autism population.
3 minutes are up.
Okay, all right.
Mr. Price, come back and see us again.
Sure.
We thank you for sharing your thoughts with us, and your 3 minutes are up.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Jenna Bauer.
President Riley, Jenna had to leave and she's requesting to speak virtually, but I don't have her on.
She's here.
Oh, she here now?
I am
Oh, you
here.
made it back.
I have worked so hard to get here. So, Mr. Garrett, you are just as cool as I remember you. I am so proud of you. So, okay. I don't like speaking in front of people. How I lecture, I don't know. I make it through with college students, I suppose. My name is Jenna. I am a Bittersweet, Schmucker, and Penn grad. I was very active in middle school, high school, cheerleading, track, lots of societies, lots of clubs. I am a proud alumnus, very proud. I cannot say that tonight. I'm really disappointed. Tonight, I'm speaking on behalf of my 5 children in PHM. First of all, what I was going to say was I wanted to thank the board for standing up to the constant pressure of those who feel they know what is best for our kids. They don't. We as parents will always have the grace from God to know what is right for our children. I was blessed with my kids to make choices for them. And that's being taken away. I promised my kids, never again will you wear a mask, especially my little kindergartners last year. I said, guys, I won't do that again this year. So when the news came through, when you guys spoke with your hearts and voted, my kids were elated. They were so happy, so happy. And I do have kids, some of who are immunocompromised. I have kiddos with asthma. I have kiddos with allergies and asthma. I myself am super duper pregnant. I have had COVID. I have antibodies. My OB called me Superwoman. I remind my kids of that every day. They don't think so. So I'm kind of torn tonight. There's so many directions I could go. Everyone has spoken beautifully and eloquently on the side that I obviously sit on and stand on. But I'm not sure where to go. I have prayed on whether or not I should share a situation that occurred last week that actually made the dangers of being forced to wear a mask an issue. And I think that on my heart, said some Hail Marys before I came in. I'm going to speak about it, okay? So I want you guys, and in no way do I want this to come down on anyone. This is not to bring ill intentions on anyone in the system. However, please picture yourself in the shoes of the children that are involved in this incident. My daughter's bus was in an accident on the way home from school last Thursday afternoon. This was a middle school bus, so it's in the heat of the day, right? It's 89 degrees with a rising heat index. As you can imagine, the children get a bit of a whiplash when it happens, and of course their adrenaline is going full force, right? So their systems are moving. With the bus shut down, the air conditioning is also shut down, okay? Picture sitting in a bus with a mask over your nose and over your mouth on Capitol Avenue with zero shade, zero, and full sun exposure while you're simply trying to just breathe as the heat of the bus is going to increase, right? You cannot leave the bus as you wait for a police, ambulance, transportation department, all to come out and assess the situation. You're asked to keep your mask on as they are simply trying to follow the federally mandated rules, right? No one wants to lose their job or get in trouble. So, as the bus heats up, you're a kid with asthma. What do? You start to have difficulties breathing. I was told that she felt like she was going to pass out. Friends told her your face is turning beet red, but you get scared that if you remove that mask, you're going to get in trouble. My kids are rule followers. Oh, okay. Anywho, so yeah, there's so much I want to say. I've got research on it.
How about telling us this? When did that happen?
This is why I didn't want to bring it in. It happened on Thursday. Everyone, by the grace of God, was safe and they're fine. But that situation can have turned ugly with heat stroke, with just about anything, asthma attack, you name it. So I think that we need to think about the opposite of what masks can do as a.
It was wonderful to see you again. Thank you very much.
Hey,
Gerald Arthas.
Yeah, I have my name already. I worked in a viral lab over 2 years. I think I won't get into my qualifications, but I think I can match anybody on this board or anybody on the county or anybody in the state. Okay, does anyone here know what a face diaper is? A face diaper is material that catches waste coming out of your body, traps waste coming into your body, and then grows that waste in the face diaper and puts it back in your body. That's what you're doing when you wear a face mask like that for more than 2 hours. That's what you're doing when you touch it. When you take that thing off, once you touch it, it's contaminated, okay? This is all BS. It's power control. You know, the future humans are going to look back at these people, you people, and say, boy, they were so damn stupid. They wore face diapers as a fashion statement. Okay, I asked somebody going into a courtroom 2 weeks ago, they wanted me to wear the face diaper, so I took out a belly dancer veil and put it on. Oh, that's all right. You know what a belly dancer veil is? It's cloth with 1/4-inch openings. And when I asked her, well, is this going to work? She said, yeah. I said, well, why are you wearing this crap? She says, it's a fashion statement. So even the people that work in the court and work in the county know that this is a bunch of crap. The question I have for this board is I taught the students outside. I taught for over 20 years at the university. I saw how stupid people with PhDs were when I worked in a faculty room, okay? I mean, really stupid. And they're even more stupid today because they're being bred to be stupid by the educational system. Well, my question is, how can hypocrites that don't know what the hell they're talking about demand that students wear face diapers and then want to educate those students, because you're giving them a pretty damn good education about how incompetent you are and how incompetent the whole educational system is. And believe me, don't think it's lost on them. They know what's going on.
Thank you, Mr. Arthas. Michael Dunn. Hello, Mr. Dunn.
Hello, Mr. Riley. All right, good evening, members of the board. This week, a significant number of doctors in the Michiana area published an ad in the South Bend Tribune in which they claimed that members of the board who voted against forcing our children to wear masks were, quote, unmoved by evidence-based appeals, unquote, and then stated the familiar refrain that, quote, we know that masks work. It would be great to hear evidence-based appeals that they reference. The problem is our public health officials have gotten into a bit of a habit where the only evidence that they seem to cite is the recommendations of other public health officials. This is not actually evidence at all. It is simply stating that someone else agrees with you. I don't know if there is no benefit to mandating cloth or surgical masks for kids, but what I do know is the science is definitely not clear, and that we definitely do not know that mask mandates, especially for children, significantly reduce the transmission of infectious diseases in general and COVID in particular. Here is some actual data that has led me to that conclusion. In May of this year, the CDC published a study on various strategies used in Georgia elementary schools to reduce transmission. While they found that masks did have an effect on teachers as well as ventilation, they found also, that, quote, required mask use among students was not statistically significant compared with schools where mask use was optional. That's from the CDC. Another study consistent with this, also published in May, concluded that we do not see a correlation between mask mandates and COVID-19 rates among students. A randomized control study of 6,000 Danish citizens published in March of this year also found that recommendations to wear a surgical mask did not significantly decrease the risk of infection. The European Center for Disease Prevention and Control, the counterpart to our CDC, stated earlier this year that the evidence of effectiveness of non-medical face masks, face shields, visors, and respirators in the community is scarce and of very low certainty. And finally, a meta-study published in May of 2020, again by our CDC, found that with regards to face masks and the flu, evidence from 14 randomized controlled trials did not support a substantial effect on transmission of laboratory-confirmed influenza. Your vote tonight to deny the right of your students and parents to decide for themselves what they will do with their own body was not based on evidence-based appeals. Those who pressured you and to whom you have so easily given way did nothing of the sort. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. Rebecca King. $33. We have 4 more.
Hello.
Hello, Rebecca.
Hi. I just want to say, my daughter, she likes the mask optional, hates the busing. That sucks, but she gets through it. I just want to say, how many times do we have to vote on the same thing? I mean, I feel like it shouldn't have to be continuous. What's changed in 2 weeks' time? If there was more proof that masks stop COVID, I could understand, but that's not what has happened. Big money decided that they didn't like the previous decision, so like a bully, they were forcing you to vote again. The information hasn't changed. This virus is still aerobolized, making its particles too small for the mask to be effective. Our children are not safer in a filthy mask for 8 hours a day. They will touch the mask, fiddle with it, wear it incorrectly, in all things that are invalidate its use. Now we have hospital systems telling you how to vote. Are you allowed to weigh in on their policy makings? Every time a doctor or expert with a differing opinion dares to even question the science behind the decisions, they are run out of the town and slandered as a conspiracy theorist. Is it any wonder there are no full-page ads in the newspaper with these doctors' signatures? Medical opinions differ on every topic, but nothing nothing was so politicized before that you could lose your business for, disagreeing with others in your field. Why does a hospital system or college level university have any say in my rights as a parent? The answer is they don't. Even if one of those doctors see my child, they have no authority to force me into a medical decision. They are only to give advice. It is selfish of people to put their board members in the position to take away parental rights. But that is not your job. which is why your previous vote was correct. You have to side from freedom of choice. Some of the parents who are fighting for freedom choose to wear the mask, and that is what this fight is about. Doing what is right for you without forcing it on someone else. The goal was to flatten the curve so hospitals could treat it, and we've done that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. King. Joel Moody?
Hey, good evening. Dr. Thacker, ladies, gentlemen of the board, it's good to see you. I know you've had a long night. Thank you for your time. My name is Joel Moody. I'm a Presbyterian pastor. I'm a parent in the PHM School District. I serve as the senior pastor and head of staff at Sunnyside Presbyterian Church in South Bend. I'm here to speak in favor of universal masking. One of my children is 3.5 years old. She goes to Growing Kids Learning Center, and she is able to wear a mask on a regular basis, and it is hard because hardly anybody else at that school wears a mask. But she wears it because she knows it's important. One of the draws of this area when we moved here was the excellent PHM schools, the schools that help children to love learning, that nurture curiosity, aiming for excellence in education. And in order to do this, phenomenal schools have a practice of limiting unhelpful distractions in a variety of ways. We have desks so students know where to sit. We ask students to avoid crosstalk in classrooms. We have dress codes. In fact, the dress code in the student handbook at Penn High School states dress or grooming that disrupts the educational environment is destructive to school property or is a threat to safety or health. It's prohibited. And these are all designed in order to allow for learning to take place, excellence in education. Our health experts at the CDC and AAP have clearly named that not having universal masking is a threat to safety and health. And by having all students and faculty and staff masks, students are able to learn more effectively. Students are able to know that their administration deeply cares about their learning. As a pastor, I serve a community with many different perspectives represented, and I know how difficult it is to find the wise choice when you have all of these different perspectives, speaking with varying degrees of charity. I hear that. And my faith insists that I look first at how I can serve the least of these, how I can serve the most vulnerable in the population. These vulnerable folks in our world today must include those without access to the COVID vaccine. That is children 12 and under, among our immunocompromised friends and family. My hope and my prayer is that my child and every child in the PHM schools will be able to learn at these excellent schools without having to be concerned for their safety and for their health. Thank you so much for your time.
Pastor Moody, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Take care.
Brad DeVault? No. Eric Spalding? And then we're going to go to virtual, and Dr. Christina Barnes will be our first.
Good evening, everyone.
Hello, Mr. Spalding.
So there's been many statements about following the science and kind of treating the word science as a somewhat ambiguous term, but the point of science is to collect data and evaluate the data and make decisions based on the data the way it actually is. And there have been many emotional appeals about why masks should not be used or why they're not really effective. But I would like to cite a part of a study that was published by the National Institute of Health in 2020, July 13th of 2020 specifically. And it was a study that evaluated the filtration performance of FDA-cleared surgical masks. So the excerpt is as follows. FDA-cleared surgical masks were tested for room air particle penetrations at constant and cyclical flow conditions. That means HVAC kicking on and off or staying on continuously. Penetrations of polydisperse NaCl aerosols, otherwise known as salt water, in sizes ranging from 50 to 95 nanometers in size, and monodisperse. So polydisperse is multiple, mono is one. Monodisperse aerosols ranging in size from 20 to 400 nanometers in range, and particles in the 20 to 1000 nanometer range. So to contrast that with a surgical mask that you can buy off the shelf at the store, the average size of the pores in that mask are 500 nanometers. Contrast that with the size of the coronavirus, which is 60 to 140 nanometers in size. There's already the potential for those to pass through the mask. So the tests were done at a flow rate of 30 to 85 liters per minute. And the filtration performance of FDA-cleared surgical masks varied widely from room air particles, both mono and polydispersed aerosols. The results suggest that not all FDA-cleared surgical masks will provide similar levels of protection to wearers against infectious aerosols in the size range of many viruses, including the coronavirus. In this study, or in an additional study, penetration of particles in the 150 to 4,000 nanometer range at different flow rates using a mannequin fitted with a mask or respirator were measured. Surgical masks showed a penetration level of approximately 55 to 85% at a rate of 30 liters per minute of flow and 70 to 90% at a 100 liter per minute flow, respectively. Each test used a 300 nanometer particle. So that is roughly 80% of the size of the opening of a surgical mask. So the main point that has been made here is the concern about liability faced by the school district, as voiced by most people here. There was also a statement made that the use of a mask could cut down on the need to social distance by 3 feet. With this study released by the National Institute of Health. Oh, it has?
Yeah. Mr. Spalding, thank you so much, though. Come back and see us again. You can finish, but we appreciate your 3 minutes.
I think that the risk still exists. Regardless, it's still there.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate it. We'll go virtually now to Dr. Christina Barnes. On deck is Nathaniel Stewart.
President Riley, there's neither one of them are on. We have Dr. Ansari on.
Okay. Next up is Laura Batt. We'll come back to Dr. Christina Barnes and Nathaniel Stewart, but we'll move on to Laura Batt.
Do we know if there's a delay again? Are they behind us? Do they not hear us?
We
yet?
don't even see him at this point, so we don't know.
Let's see.
Hold on.
All right, I have Dr. Barnes on. Would you like to have her first?
Dr. Barnes. Dr. Barnes, welcome.
Hi there, thank you. Okay, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm Dr. Christina Barnes. I live in Granger and I have 2 kids in the PHM school system.
Dr. Barnes, Dr.
Yes.
Barnes, Jeff, we used to advertise. Okay. Dr. Barnes, we can't see you.
Oh. You can't see me still? You can hear me, but you can't see me?
We can hear you beautifully. We just can't see you at all.
If you want to go to the next person, I can try a different device. I'm not sure. My camera says it's on.
Well, we'd like to see you. Oh, there you are. Okay.
It's okay now?
Great.
Okay. All right. So I'm Dr. Christina Barnes. I live in Granger and I have 2 kids in the PHM school system. I'm a doctor who cares for children and adults with asthma and immune deficiencies, among other medical problems. I am one of the hundreds of doctors in the local community who strongly recommends universal masking for K-12 schools in line with the recommendations for the county and health departments, CDC, and American Academy of Pediatrics. Thank you for the plan that was put forward and for those of you who are voting for the plan. As one of the physicians said at the last meeting, I don't know everything, but a sign of appreciating education and of having humility is to know where your expertise ends and where another person's begins. I'm not an expert in law and I'm not an expert in teaching children, and I look to the guidance of others who are. If I told my children, for instance, to disregard what their teachers were telling them and to listen to only me instead, their education would suffer. It's not because I'm not well educated, it's because teaching is not my area of expertise. My point is, the hundreds of local doctors and public health experts are telling you the same thing. They are the experts in healthcare, and it would be unfathomable for you not to take their advice. This is the medical consensus. So again, thank you. I hear people express frustration with the changing recommendations that we get from our public health experts. We shouldn't wear masks, and then we should, and then we don't have to if we're vaccinated, and now we should regardless. And I hear you. We'd all love to have stable, unchanging science-based guidelines. The problem is, though, that science changes. There are many examples of this over history. Doctors used to treat patients with leeches and lobotomies. And modern doctors now complete 50 hours per year of extra medical education just to keep up with the changes. Now think about the case of a brand new virus. The science has changed so quickly in terms of what we know about how to treat patients and contain its spread. The doctors aren't changing their minds, they're changing their recommendations as they learn more. And what has been learned about the Delta variant in terms of how contagious it is and the harm that it can do to our patients, including our children, scares the heck out of our country's doctors. And if the doctors are scared, you should be too. Again, thank you. Finally, just a note about the argument, if masks work, just have your kid wear one and they should be fine. Medical grade masks are fit tested. So there's a special test that we go through to see if a particular mask fits your face well enough to prevent you from getting COVID or tuberculosis from a patient, for instance. And they work with only that one person masked. Other masks, like a well-fitting multi-layer cloth mask, for instance, work if everyone wears them. I reduce my spread, you've reduced your spread. It's a cooperative effort, and it only works well if everyone does it. There's no debate about whether masks work among the vast majority of doctors and scientists. This is why, again, your medical community and health experts at every level are recommending universal masking for K-12 schools. I'm guessing that you would follow that degree of consensus if you were making your own health decisions. Thank you for following it for our community and children as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Barnes. Next up is Nathaniel Stewart. Mr. Stewart, can you hear us okay? We can't hear you.
There you go. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you great. Thank you.
All right, great. My name is Dr. Nathaniel Stewart. I live in Granger. I've got 2 kids in the 4th and 6th grade. So thank you, first of all, for allowing me the opportunity to speak. And I appreciate your vote today, and I appreciate the opportunity to really drastically support the safety and well-being of our children. Masks are a super important way to prevent this illness from spreading. There's significant data that has been well demonstrated that community mask wearing is an effective way to prevent spread of the virus. By wearing a mask, individuals unknowingly infected would have a significant decrease in how likely they are to infect others. Individuals not infected also have some protection, though admittedly not as great by itself. To compound this, it is estimated that around half of the cases of COVID are spread by those who are pre-symptomatic or asymptomatic. So our kids can unknowingly spread this virus and potentially fall ill from this virus. As the virus has mutated, it has become more contagious. Epidemiologists calculate the contagiousness as an R0. The alpha variant that wreaked havoc last year had an R0 score of around 3, meaning for every 1 person affected, they would infect on average about 3 other people. Unfortunately, this year we've seen the rise of the Delta variant, a mutation with an R0 now of about 7. It also creates about 1,000 times greater viral load than the alpha variant. This has led through breakthrough infections, a younger population getting more seriously ill, and people are twice as likely of becoming hospitalized with Delta variant compared to what would have been with the alpha. Individuals infected with COVID who do develop pneumonia can create permanent scarring of their alveoli that can lead to lifelong breathing problems. They may develop damage to their heart muscle, risking heart failure. They can develop neurological problems, including stroke and seizures. Evidence is emerging on how it may increase the risk of developing Parkinson's disease or dementia. And this all sounds terrible, and it's because it is. Thankfully, wearing a mask can be substantially beneficial. Numerous studies have demonstrated that with universal masking, you reduce the chance of catching COVID by 70% and sometimes greater. In other studies, instituting an indoor mask mandate reduced new diagnosis in the community by 25 to 40% each week. There's no doubt that masks work. What does this mean for us, though? It means that kids will still get sick. We can't prevent that entirely, but we can make that as little as possible so that they can stay in school as much as possible. It may mean that the difference of granting a child the opportunity to play in an important game or race a race, play their rival in a game of football, or to do something that we've previously taken so much advantage of, which is to sit inside a classroom, make eye contact with our teachers and learn. So whatever we can do to keep our students engaged and in person with instruction, I pray that we can continue to do that. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Dr. Stewart. It's good to see you again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Laura Batt. And after Laura, we'll be
keep our students engaged and in person with instruction. I pray that we can continue to do that.
Okay, so Laura,
thank you much for your time.
Hello.
Yeah. Hi there. So you were probably watching via YouTube?
Yes, I was just watching Dr. Stewart speak.
Okay, so have you clicked off YouTube?
It's off now.
Great. We can hear you great and see you great. Go ahead.
Great. Good evening. A lot's happened in the past 2 weeks. Thousands of Indiana school children have tested positive for COVID-19. Tens of thousands are in quarantine. In response, many districts that started mask optional now require masks. At least 3 districts have had to shut down and move to e-learning. And yes, we do have data about spread in schools. Brownsburg Community Schools had close to 700 students in quarantine after the second week of school. Of the first 28 cases at the high school, 17 were identified as close contacts, quarantined, and then tested positive a few days later. The district has now moved from a mask optional policy to a mask mandate. In our own county, cases have continued to go up. Hundreds of doctors have publicly supported universal masking in our schools. Mishawaka schools have adopted universal masking. PHM has already had multiple cases. My son's school had a case that sent 11 close contacts into quarantine. One case at my daughter's school sent 19 close contacts home. It's only been 3 days. No matter your opinion on masks, we all want kids in school, in person, not home due to sickness or quarantine, or because their school had to shut down and go to e-learning. Universal masking will not prevent all coronavirus cases, but it will help prevent spread. And has already been pointed out by a PHM math teacher, it will require fewer students to quarantine. If the room you all are in right now were a mask optional classroom, it could take just 2 positive cases to put nearly every spectator in a 113 square foot circle around one of those cases and to be identified as close contacts. Universal masking also makes it less likely that close contacts will then become infected and bring the virus home to family members who might be vaccine ineligible and or immunocompromised. You promised to monitor the data after making masks optional, and the data could not be more clear. For those of you who are changing your votes, thank you. For learning from other districts in our state and county, thank you. For taking guidance from public health experts in the midst of a public health crisis. Thanks to all of you who are voting for universal masking. To those who wish we didn't have to wear masks, I hear you. I don't like them either, but we need them in our schools for a while longer. Our local health department, doctors, and nurses are not trying to abuse us or take away our rights. They are trying to keep our children safe and in school. Some of them have been wearing masks for 12 hours a day since last March. They all deserve flowers and chocolates. Please let them know that you hear them and that you care for your community too. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Batt, very much. Good to see you again. Next up is Dr. Israr Siddiqui. And then Dr. Justin Chow.
Mr. Siddiqui, if you're still watching, if you'd log back on, please. Thank you.
Justin Chow.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
We can hear you well, sir.
Okay, Mr. President Riley, Mr. Thacker, and board members, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Dr. Siddiqui. I'm a practicing physician in Michiana area. I'm a father of two children who go to the Penn-Harris School District. One of my son is currently not eligible for the vaccine. The other one has been vaccinated so far. I did not attend the last board meeting. However, I found out about the optional mask policy of the board, and I was very concerned. That's the reason I am here tonight. And I'd like to thank Mr. Riley, Mr. Beeler, Mrs. Galloway, Mrs. Roach, and Mr. Woods for supporting the administration tonight. I just want to tell you that, I'm one of the physicians who have been dealing with this pandemic right from the very beginning. And I understand when people dislike the mask. I don't like them either. But trust me, they save lives. We know that the mask works, and that's the reason that we have had some success with controlling this pandemic. Like all of you, we are also learning as a physician about this virus. So that's why, sometimes you find out that there are things that, we did before, and, we have to sometimes do things in a different way. Right now we are dealing with a Delta virus surge. This virus is more contagious than the Alpha virus that we were dealing last year. Unmasking the kids will only make the virus transmit easily, but it will also make it difficult for contact tracing. I know of several families who are very worried about this virus and their children's well-being. So I'm reaching out to all of you tonight, to support the administration and let the surge settle down. Hopefully, then we can come back again and look at this policy. That's all I have to say tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Siddiqui. Next up is Dr. Justin Chow. And then on deck is Kristen Ratty-Galwitz. No Justin Chow?
No, I've emailed down the line and I don't have anybody.
Okay,
on it.
how about Kristen Ratty-Galwitz? Okay, we'll come back to them in just a minute. Naomi Lightburn. Kristen Valentino.
No.
No? Nabil Khan. Omar Jahakir. Nope. Assad Ansari.
Dr. Ansari, you were logged on a bit ago. If you'd like to log back on.
Dr. Ansari, are you with us?
I have Justin Chow, President Riley.
Okay. Hello, Dr. Chow. Dr. Chow, can you hear us okay?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Justin Schwalbe. This has Justin as.
This is just.
This is Justin Schwalbe. I know the YouTube I was watching is about 2 minutes behind, so I'm not sure what we're looking for though.
Is number 13, virtual.
Okay.
Lucky 13.
Okay. Sorry, sir.
It's okay.
Go right ahead, Dr. Schwalbe.
Very well. So as I said, my name is Dr. Justin Schwalbe. I am a family physician who lives and practices in South Bend. My children attend Meadows Edge. Neither of them are eligible for the vaccine. My daughter's first grade teacher has been out sick with COVID since after the first day of school. I'm thankful that her teacher was wearing a mask that first day before she became symptomatic with COVID, because it's very well may have prevented my daughter and her class from getting infected. Many PHM families represented here today call me their primary doctor. I consider myself at least partially responsible for their health and well-being. I want them to lead full and rich lives with every opportunity available to them. During well visits, I often ask how school is going. This past year, I got some pretty scary answers, as you can probably guess. I desperately want school to stay open this year so they can do well and fulfill future college and career goals. Without question, I believe a universal masking policy will help keep the school doors open, and I'm not alone. The American Academy of Pediatrics, this scientifically based medical organization who is above all dedicated to the health of all children, and they are in favor of masking. From their statement earlier this month, I quote, "Infection prevention and control requires the correct and consistent use of a well-fitting face mask." And it's not surprising that they strongly endorse universal masking in schools. I'm not sure about you, but I don't feel comfortable saying that I'm more knowledgeable than a scientific organization such as this. They have our children's best interest in mind. Why would we go against their guidance? Maybe I could ask, what research have you done that they haven't? Voting for masks optional is without question going to lead to more contact tracing, more students stuck in quarantine, and poor health and educational outcomes. So the Delta variant, it's a very different beast as compared to last year's COVID. It's much more contagious, kids are getting sicker, and as evidenced by pediatric beds filling up in Riley and other places. They haven't filled up here in South Bend yet, but I believe they will, and that's concerning. We don't have a lot of options to fight or prevent COVID for our students. Masks are not foolproof, but there's scientific evidence that they do work. Show me something that works better than a mask, and I'm all ears. I would love it because I hate wearing masks. But right now, we don't have that, especially as vaccines aren't available for our younger students. As COVID was first emerging, I was extremely skeptical, and I blew it off. I pretended it wasn't happening. As scientific evidence mounted against me, I changed my tune and started taking it seriously. We as a community owe this to our children. Please take it seriously. I thank you for protecting my children, my patients, and your students. Thank you very much.
Thank you for joining us tonight, Dr. Schwalbe. We'll go back and we'll ask once again, Dr. Ansari. Dr. Ansari?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you. We can't see you.
Okay.
Well, we have your professional profile picture, but we can't see your video.
You can see me now?
Now we can see you really well. Thank you.
How are you all? Okay, I'll go ahead and I'll tell you a little bit about myself and my opinion, and then I'll be glad to answer any questions that you might have. Is that okay?
That sounds great, Doctor.
Okay. So my name is Asad Ansari. I live in Granger, and I have a child at the PHM school. Two of them graduated, and we are overall very appreciative of the school district. I'm a pediatric infectious disease specialist, and I'm a pediatric lung doctor, and I work out of the Beacon Children's Hospital. And I know that some people have had concerns about the letter was sent, and I'll be glad to answer that also. Along with many of my colleagues, I signed the letter that was in the South Bend Tribune recommending universal masking for grade K to 12 at the school district. And the reason has been that the COVID cases are rising at a high rate at many places in the country, mainly as a reason of the emergence of the Delta variant, which is more contagious. We are seeing a similar situation in the state of Indiana and in our county, which is now considered a red zone for transmission, according to the CDC. This increase is also complicated by the start of the school season and loosening of the earlier restrictions, which were also based on science at that time because we now know more about the Delta variant as compared to before. The result has been more pediatric hospitalizations, especially in the Midwest and southern states. Some of these children end up requiring intensive care. 430 children have died of COVID as of August 18th. This is twice the number of deaths seen in the 2019-2020 influenza season, which was also considered worse compared to the last few years. Children are also at risk for post-COVID complications, including breathing difficulties, multi-system inflammatory syndrome, and long COVID. We have seen the first two locally at our hospital. Children are a more effective conduit of transmission of respiratory pathogens in general, but that also includes COVID. While the vaccines do help lower the chance of getting COVID and work well at keeping people out of the hospital and having a bad outcome, we are seeing more breakthrough cases in people who have been vaccinated with the Delta variant. So these kids who get it at the school will potentially pass it to their teachers, parents, and grandparents. And one of the reasons why the remasking was put in place was that there was a COVID outbreak in Massachusetts over July 4th, with 74% of the people who got vaccinated, they got infected. Wearing masks is overall safe. Doctors and nurses have worn masks for decades without health complications. There is no proof that mask lowers your oxygen levels or raises your CO2 levels. And they can be safely tolerated by most children, including asthmatics.
Dr. Ansari?
Yes.
Your 3 minutes are up, but we thank you for joining us tonight.
Okay, thank you very much.
Next up is Aleem Sohaib.
Sweet.
Sir, your volume's not on. We can see you well, but we can't hear you.
Hi, my name is Sohaib Aleem. I'm board certified in internal medicine, allergy immunology, and preventive medicine with masters in public health. I have 3 kids in PHM school system right now, daughters in 4th grade and 2nd grade, respectively North Point, and son in preschool at Mary Frank, who would hopefully be joining later this month. My kids were in person school in 2020 for most of the part, with mask mandate in place because of our preference for in-person learning as parents in a safe and secure environment, as PHM has provided with their friends and lovely teachers. I appreciate the diversity of opinions and belief systems, and I heard opinions which were pending about the health department. So I just wanted to take a public health perspective and take on that. I have been blessed with an opportunity to work with health departments and academic centers during my training in Northeast and Midwest, and getting exposure to both inpatient and outpatient world in private healthcare sector in this area. One principle that is shared thread in public health, medicine, and social norms is that prevention is better than cure. Examples include chlorination of water, hand hygiene to reduce the risk of foodborne pathogens, smoking in public places, for example, restaurants or closed spaces that can increase the risk of secondhand smoking, and believe it or not, vaccination, which has improved or prolonged the life compared to 1900s to later part of the 20th century. There is always emphasis on protection of vulnerable population, including children and elderly, in both medicine and our social norms and constructs as well. During the COVID-19 pandemic, while our political and local health leaders in the great state of Indiana left the decision to be done at local community level, it also gives us a responsibility to develop thresholds that trigger call to action as a community, especially when the cases are spiking again. And that's where I think both the board as well as the local health department had to come into action, that you have to be proactive rather than reactive. No single intervention or threshold for triggering prevention measures is 100% effective or satisfy everyone. There is always an effort to identify measures or interventions to find the most effective, impactful, evidence-based, high value and low cost and least burdensome way of preventing the spread of the disease. Masking of both asymptomatic carriers or infected individuals and unaffected person, child or teacher, is one of them. Masking, if left on individual decision/optional mandate, fails to meet the goal of effective preventive strategy. In closed spaces, especially classrooms, gyms, while we can aerosolize and while talking and with current Delta variant surge as well. Improving conditions and health status for others by adopting interventions to reduce spread of such airborne disease is acting in our own self-interest and interest of our children. I appreciate your time.
And we appreciate yours. Thank you for joining us tonight. Next up is Ellen Marks. And after Ellen will be Dr. Rahman. Ellen Marks.
Never run.
Okay, we'll come back to Ellen. Syra Rahman, doctor.
No.
Nick Chinier. Is somebody keeping time and check that?
I have it. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Sure.
Hello, Nick. Can you hear us okay?
I can hear you fine.
Welcome to the meeting. Floor is yours.
All right, give me a second to mute the YouTube. There we go. First off, I would like to thank the board for, at least considering every side. I know this is a hot topic, but I hope you guys will make the right decision. Good evening. My name is Nick Chenier. I reside in Osceola. I do have 3 children that attend PHM schools. I come before the board today to speak in regards to how a lack of a mask mandate will affect not just the individual, but the community as a whole. By not instituting a mask mandate, you are in fact forcing parents to decide between their child's mental health and physical health. The ultimate goal of the community, as well as the board, should be to keep children in-person learning to the greatest extent possible. But I fear staying in our current course, especially given the new Delta variant, will inevitably lead us into another shutdown. We'll force students into an all virtual learning environment that has proven to be detrimental to their mental health as well as their grades. I have heard talk regarding masking having a direct correlation with the drop in test scores. However, the more likely culprit is a lack of in-person learning. Our own children were straight A students before COVID hit. While in an all virtual environment for the majority of last school year, they struggled with their grades. When they were finally returned to in-person learning last April, we saw a dramatic improvement in their performance as well as their mental health. Another concern is the district's COVID-19 protocols. In particular, the self-reporting of COVID infections. Last week when our son was not feeling well, we told the school we were going to keep him home and get him tested for COVID-19. Tested negative with an at-home test twice. But when we sent him back the following day, the school never verified a negative test, never even inquired. This left me feeling that any parent could send a COVID positive child into the school and no one would be the wiser. This policy needs to be addressed. If we continue with the honor system of self-reporting without verification, I believe we're headed on a path that leads to another shutdown. If the ultimate goal is to keep kids in person, then stiffer protocols that complement the mask mandate need to be implemented. 1, we should monitor students for symptoms and remove children that are symptomatic. 2, require negative tests for reentry. 3, if possible, make testing available at the schools. 4, make available virtual learning option for students who are unable to attend in person. These additional.
Your 3 minutes have expired, but we appreciate you sticking on so long to address us.
No problem. Thank you. Good luck with your decision.
Dr. Samir Khalid.
Not on yet.
Dr. Maher Abu Hamdan. Dr. Alicia Wilson.
Yes.
Dr. Alicia. Dr. Wilson.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you just fine. Thanks.
Thank you. Sorry. There's quite a delay over here on our end, so we all apologize that the delay we are getting logged in. My name is Dr. Lisa Wilson, and I have a daughter in the PHM district. I want to thank the board for their time. I realize this is becoming quite a long night for everyone. I also want to thank you for listening to the collective concerns from the healthcare community in St. Joe County and nationally. I'm here today to advocate as a parent and pediatrician for our students, and what I believe is the collective goal of all parents and administrators in our district to keep students in the classroom. We all agree the classroom is the best setting to provide quality education for our students. The classroom also provides structure and routine that is vital to the mental health and well-being of our children. The reality is COVID affects more than just the physical health of our students. Because the current mitigation strategy currently does not include masking, the number of students that must quarantine due to exposure will continue to increase, due in part to the infectious nature of the Delta variant. This will cause students to be displaced from the classroom to a less favorable learning environment. In this current plan, students at home are not provided with live instruction, but are left to learn on their own. I've had numerous patients over the past year fail to thrive to learn well in the virtual and hybrid environments, some failing multiple classes. It just does not work as well as in-person learning. While some might argue the stress of wearing a mask is too much of a burden, it pales in comparison to the stress our children experience by the downstream effects of COVID. We must not forget the stresses caused by loss of learning, difficulty catching up with those in our classrooms, the loss of structure and routine, the stress of coping and recovering from illness, some potentially with prolonged complications that may continue to affect them long after their initial illness, the financial stress placed on a family when their child is ill or in quarantine from missing work, the financial stress of large healthcare costs should their child be hospitalized, the stress of worrying about a loved one or classmate who is ill in the hospital, or worse yet, the loss of family, friend, or classmate to COVID. These are all tremendous burdens we are asking to be placed on our children when we are not doing everything we can to prevent these things from happening. We need to implement all strategies to keep children in school and in school safely. Masking should be part of this strategy, as there is ample evidence to support its use, as demonstrated by my colleagues. If we truly care about our children and their mental health, we will do everything in our power to keep them safe and in school. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Wilson. Dr. Peter Barnes. Hello, Dr. Barnes. Can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can.
Welcome to the meeting. The floor is yours.
Great. Thank you so much. Give me 1 second. I am closing the door. Sorry. Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Barnes. I'm a practicing psychologist. I live in Granger and 2 kids in PHM schools. Thanks for this opportunity to speak. I am relieved that you made the right decision today, or you're going to make the right decision to follow the overwhelming consensus of medical, scientific, and expert guidance. And right now, hospitals across the country are being overwhelmed by people who ignore doctors. And yet, who do we all turn to when our lives are on the line? That's right, doctors. Like the hundreds of doctors in our own community who spoke in a unified voice against this dangerous mask optional policy. Fortunately, a clear majority of Americans agree with doctors. An AP poll just released today showed 6 in 10 American adults support a mask requirement and only a quarter oppose it. That's much greater than a 2-to-1 ratio. So let's not let a small and misinformed but vocal minority dictate health policy. Make no mistake, there is no legitimate other side to this argument. There is no credible evidence-based rationale for this policy. Nobody likes wearing masks. I hate it. But stopping an infectious disease doesn't work if many of us maintain a short-sighted, selfish mindset. Our common enemy, this pandemic, not each other, will persist until we can work together, guided by science. Saying it should be a personal decision sounds like a nice compromise, but it's not simply personal when it endangers others. And I keep hearing the terms trauma and mental health in reference to masks. But as a psychologist, I can tell you that any supposed trauma of having to wear a mask pales in comparison to other real potential traumas, such as loved ones becoming gravely ill or dying a horrible death that was entirely preventable, or being put in isolation and deprived of in-person learning, or for high-risk kids and families, the chronic fear of having to risk your life and others' lives just to attend school, and feeling sad and confused that others don't seem to care. We can accommodate those who truly have a problem with masks, but there is no scientific evidence that masks cause mental health problems. On the contrary, we feel good when we make small sacrifices for a higher purpose, like helping others. My daughter has a variety of sensory issues and difficulty with certain things, but not masks. She adapted very quickly when she was told it was to help save lives. It depends on how we frame it. Kids take their cues from parents. And if we tell our kids it's stupid and pointless and feed them easily debunked disinformation, they're going to hate it and resist it. And if we tell them they're doing it to protect others, they'll feel much better about it. And let's stop framing proven public health solutions as attacks on freedom. We all value freedom, but this is not about that. It's a mere inconvenience compared to other sacrifices throughout our nation's history. It is loving our neighbors and putting the greater good above our own selfish wants. A lot of people here identify as Christians, and isn't that what Christianity is all about? So thank you for having the humility, courage, and wisdom to do the right thing.
Thank you, Dr. Barnes. Dr. Daniel Barrett.
Dr. Barrett, can you hear us?
Dr. Barrett? It's getting a little difficult to hear up here. Next up is Kriyala Koti.
And you're off video.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Dr. Barrett, is that you?
Yes.
Okay, we can hear you, we just can't see you.
I can't get it to let me turn the camera on. It doesn't think it's my turn.
I'll give him a second and see if he can turn it on. But we'll give you a second to turn it on, otherwise we'll just let you go ahead and speak.
Turn on camera. It says control something. Control E. Try control E. Is this on? Does it have to
Is our system turning his camera
You,
on?
you want me to just go ahead?
Go ahead, sir.
I'm sorry that the camera won't work. My name's
Might be a
Daniel
problem on our
Barrett.
end. No apology necessary, but go ahead, the floor is yours.
My name is Daniel Barrett. I'm a pediatrician, and I retired after 39 years of practice in May of 2021. I have 2 grandchildren who attend Prairie Vista, and I live in the Penn-Harris-Madison district, actually right next door to Dr. Thacker. I want to make a comment off of the script that I have about signing the letter with all the physicians in the city. I signed it. I was not bullied by anybody. When I signed it, the only person who asked me to sign it was my 8-year-old granddaughter, who feels a lot of anxiety about going to her class without a mask, without the other kids wearing masks. And contrary to the 90-10 number we heard, she reports back her third grade class is about 50-50 masks. So I felt like there were a lot of comments about us being bullies, and I hope you don't feel bullied. The facts are what they are, and we just thought as a medical community that we needed to revisit the facts, and you've done that tonight, and I thank you. I want to reiterate a point that's been made numerous times. The Delta COVID variant makes last year's novel coronavirus look impotent. It's far more infectious, far more virulent, and it infects children in a way that its predecessor did not. The governor of Louisiana on Thursday described his state as a medical catastrophe, bordering on a medical failure. 28% of the documented cases in his state are in the pediatric patients. The doctors at our own Riley Children's Hospital estimate that 1 out of every 38 documented cases of COVID in Hoosier children will need to be hospitalized. Simply put, we don't have the medical capacity to care for that many children. Infected children with the Delta variant are far more contagious than infected children were with the original coronavirus. Unlike the original coronavirus, children are now spreading the disease. They didn't do that in the first wave. Just like last year, children under 12 don't have a choice to get vaccinated. They rely on us to protect them. We know the risk can be mitigated by everyone wearing a mask as part of the overall plan for COVID. Masks work and will help children to stay safe and to stay in school. There will be vaccinated people who get COVID despite wearing masks, but just like when the seatbelts fail to save a life in an accident, we don't tell our children that wearing seatbelts is optional. We shouldn't tell them that masks are optional just because masks don't prevent every case of COVID. We have time to change our outcome if we act now, and I think you're doing that, so thank you.
Thank you so much for spending the evening with us. Your 3 minutes are up, and we appreciate your input.
Thank you.
Next up is Kriala Cody. I feel like I probably butchered your name.
It's so strange.
Hi there. We can see you great.
No, not you should.
We just can't hear you yet.
Yeah, the Barrett.
Can you hear me now?
Now we can hear you.
Okay, you were really close. It wasn't that bad.
All right, fair enough.
My name is Kriala Cody. I live in South Bend. I did live in Mishawaka, so I do have a son at Elm Road Elementary. We are currently an out-of-district student because I loved the PHM district and I wanted to make sure that he stayed in a strong school district. So we requested to stay there. So tonight I originally planned to cite scientific articles and data. However, as a doctor mentioned earlier, as just a fourth year developmental psychology graduate student, that's not my expertise. And the doctors who spoke before me were way better equipped to speak on that. So I shifted and kind of planned to speak as the parent of a fourth grader who is currently isolated at home as one of 15 close contacts related to a positive case within only 3 days of school. My son has ADHD and sensory processing disorder, so I understand the difficulty around masking neurodivergent children. I really do. However, I did take the time to teach him about proper mask wearing and why they are important. So after some time of getting used to the masks, he now wears one at all times. Unlike what was claimed earlier by some people, he doesn't just wear it at school and then flout it when he's off in sports. He wears it when he went to camp. He wore it at all times. When he was especially indoors, outdoors not as much because, again, the science hasn't quite recommended it all the time outdoors when you're able to socially distance. But he does wear it at all times. As I stated earlier, my son is currently in quarantine. He's isolated to his room to protect his unvaccinated baby sister. I have had to listen to him cry about being lonely and wanting to be around his family. So you want to talk about psychological impact. Well, the psychological impact of being isolated because other kids in his classroom are unmasked is worse than wearing the piece of cloth for the 6 hours. I feel that had all of the children been masked, then this could have been avoided. Yes, there's potential for particles to get through. However, it's been shown that the amount of particles is important. So when both individuals are wearing a mask, as I've stated before, it is increasing the likelihood that the non positive individual will not have to be exposed to those particles. So I am imploring you to vote for the mask mandate.
Prila, thank
Yeah.
you so much for spending
Thank you.
all this time with us tonight. Your 3 minutes are up, but we really appreciate your input.
Thank you.
Next up is Dr. Meredith Wireman.
Dr. Wyerman emailed and said she is unable to speak this evening.
Okay, no problem. And next up, we have a 6th grade student, Aurora Rangel. Prila, thank you so much for spending all this time with us tonight. Your 3 minutes are up.
Hi,
We really
Aurora.
appreciate
Thank you.
Next up is Dr. Meredith Wireman.
Dr. Wyerman
Okay,
emailed
so
unable
Aurora,
to.
okay, if you can click off of YouTube, just click off YouTube. We have you on Google Meet, and we'll be able to hear you and see you.
Go ahead.
Hi,
Hi there. How are you tonight?
good. My name is Aurora Rangel, and masks have many reasons to hate them. Last year was my last year in elementary school, and one day I had a really stuffy nose. I didn't have COVID, but I couldn't really breathe without a mask on, and I knew I had to wear a mask at school, so I didn't go to school that day. Masks are another reason to worry about being late that day because I always think I'm ready and then I'm not because I have to wear a mask. And younger kids, like in kindergarten and first grade, who are learning to read, part of that is seeing people's mouth move when you're reading the words on the page, and if they can't do that, it's harder for them to learn how to read themselves. And another fact is that everywhere, almost everywhere, there's a policy stating that you have to wear a mask in order to enter, or there was, and people still caught COVID during that time, and they wore masks, and they maybe were vaccinated, maybe weren't, but they still caught COVID. And if masks have a purpose to protect us from COVID, and they don't do that purpose, then why would you wear them at all? Also, you said that you gave us a choice whether or not we would wear a mask at school, and you did give us that choice for the first few days of school, but now you're voting on mandating masks. So let us have the choice that you gave us once to choose if we want to wear a mask or not. Thank you.
Aurora, don't go away just yet. I just want you to know that outside our boardroom, there are people who are applauding you. You did an outstanding job. Thank you so much for staying up to speak to the Board of Trustees tonight, okay? Come back and see us.
Thank you.
All right. Next up is Dr. Heather Kiska.
She has not logged in.
Okay, come back. Let's see if she's back a little bit later. Dr. Charles Unenquo. For staying up to speak to the Board of Trustees tonight, okay? Come back and see us. Hello, doctor? Can you hear us okay?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you just fine. Please go ahead.
Yeah. My name is Charles Onumpo. I'm an infectious disease doctor and adult infectious disease. I live in Granger. I have a son at Praia Vista. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak this evening. I know this has been a very contentious topic back and forth. I wasn't present at the last board meeting, but when I heard the decision by the board, I felt it was important that at least I lend my voice. I want to say that I appreciate everybody that has spoken, and we might not all necessarily agree, but at least we are listening to each other. I speak from the place of being a parent and also from my profession. Been doing this for over 20 years. And yes, masks do work. We use masks in the hospital. We've done this for decades. That's how we prevent spread of pathogens from one patient to the other when we're dealing with an infectious pathogen. It's not absolute, it's not perfect, but it's a layer of protection that that if done right, does offer benefits. Part of the problem why it doesn't work all the time is the way it's not being done consistently correctly by the people that are the mask wearers. But yes, it does work. I've heard other people speak about, the psychological effect. And yes, we have to listen to people. And if there's a genuine, valid reason why somebody shouldn't mask, that should be accommodated. But it does work. That's a proven fact. The vast burden of evidence supports that. And when it comes to public health, I know people have spoken about liberties. When it comes to public health, we need to recognize that, yes, our own individual liberty does matter, but also the collective good of the community. And that's where we all have to pitch in. We send our soldiers to go and fight. We all make sacrifices. This is our fight that we're all faced with, and everybody has to pitch in and do their own bit. I think, I listened to the board. I listened to the local health experts give their advice, and I hope the board will do the right thing tonight and go with the mask mandate. If the situation on the ground changes, this can always be revised. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Onumpo. We appreciate your time tonight. Next up is Rebecca Insler.
Rebecca has not logged on.
Okay, let's go back. Has Dr. Kiska logged on? Okay, Dr. Heather Kiska.
Hello.
Hello, Dr. Kiska. Welcome to the meeting.
Hello. Thank you for having me. I will try to make this short and sweet because I know it has been a very long night for everyone. I am a practicing physician, but first and foremost, I am a mother, and my daughter is in 3rd grade in the district. My husband and I are both not from Indiana, but proud products of public education, and we made a point to make sure that we lived in the district when we moved here and chose our house. And we have never regretted our decision. We bragged to our family and friends last year about how well the district had handled things from a scientific perspective, trying to balance the challenges of scientific recommendations and recommendations of all the societies, and the need for kids to have in-person learning. Our daughter attended in person, she rode the bus, she went to kids club, and I think she benefited from that. We were very excited for this school year to start, and frankly, we're shocked and awed based on the decision 2 weeks ago. I do realize that a lot has changed, and I applaud the prior presentation. I think it, again, has shown that our trust in you hopefully has not been misplaced, and the willingness to follow the guidance and the recommendations of all of the state, local, and national health societies. As previous speakers have mentioned, I could list a whole bunch of facts and figures, but that, although I'm a physician, I practice, it is not my area of expertise. Dr. Anunku, who just spoke, is much more of an expert. And I ask him questions frequently about these things. Finally, I just want to put in a plug for all of our teachers and principals. I think the last 4 days with increasing numbers and quarantines and emails must be exhausting. There are students out, there are teachers out because they have to stay home with their kids who are quarantining, which is disrupting even more children's educations. And I think that having a clear and concise plan in place will help everyone focus on educating rather than all of the distractions that have happened over these last 4 days. I reminded of middle school and high school, which were very difficult years, but it was impressed upon me that doing what is right is not always popular, and doing what is popular is not always right. So I know you are in a difficult position caught between some very passionate people on both sides, but I thank you very much for all of your careful consideration and time. And
Thank you, Dr. Kiska, very much. We appreciate your time too. Next up is Kamran Javide. Hello, sir. Good evening.
Can you hear me clear?
We can hear you great.
Okay, I'm Dr. Kamran Javed. I'm a pulmonologist and a critical care specialist. I take care of patients in the intensive care units, and during the last year, what I have gone through, I do not wish to go through that again. I have 3 kids who go to PHM. So first of all, what I would say is I completely agree 100% that most of us will survive COVID. Yes, it's true. Most of us will. Some of us will get sick, maybe develop a little bit of symptoms, maybe get admitted to the hospital. Only a few will end up in the intensive care unit, maybe intubated on a ventilator. But yes, most of us will survive COVID. But some of us will not. The old and the weak, the immunocompromised, people with comorbid conditions, diabetics, obese, people with hypertension. So we as a responsible community should make policies, not for the benefit of the strong, but to save the lives of the weak of the community. That's why 260 doctors from this community wrote an open letter to the board requesting a universal mask mandate. And yes, masks do work. All of you who have undergone any kind of surgery, open heart or knee or whatever, you would have noticed that your surgeon was wearing a mask. Everyone else in the OR was wearing a mask. They were not wearing the mask to protect themselves. They were wearing the mask to protect the patient. Because if they would cough up germs into your open wound, it will be infected and the patient will be in trouble. And masks don't kill. Otherwise, all the surgeons would be dead by now. So even if we can save one life, don't you think it's worth it to wear the mask? I look at the board as a kayaker, and you are kayaking in your river, where you usually do, and there are 11,000 little ducklings following you, and they'll go wherever you go. They think you're the mama duck. But right now, you are in uncharted territories, the part of the river that you've never been before, and there is a waterfall ahead. And we, the medical community, are standing on the banks of the river, shouting at the top of our lungs, please turn around. Please turn around. Thank you.
Thank you, doctor. We appreciate your time tonight. Next up is Brian Garachi. Hello, Brian, can you hear us okay? I think he's on mute.
Am I on mute? Can you hear me now?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. My name is Brian Garassi. I'm an attorney and a parent of 3 PHM students. I want to say first that I'm relieved at and thankful for today's proposal for a mask mandate. I thank the administration for making that recommendation, and I hope and pray that the board votes to accept it later tonight. While as an attorney, I cannot provide legal advice to the board, I am here to share my concerns about the decision-making process that I have seen the board utilize as it approaches recent COVID-19 related safety issues and with an eye towards the future. Going back to the meeting of August 9th and the decision that was reached there to adopt a mask optional policy, the board based that decision on its deference to parents' choice. And I appreciate that you're under immense pressure from our community with respect to their desire to retain sole and exclusive choice here. But while parents get to set the rules that children must abide by in their own homes, parents are not the sole source of the rules that students must abide by at school. From a legal standpoint, once in school, these children are also in the charge of the school district. That's because, as Indiana courts have consistently recognized, school authorities act in loco parentis. That means that schools, especially K through 12 schools, stand in the position of parents and guardians to their students. Indeed, PHM's own policy, Policy 9250, entitled Relations with Parents, provides in pertinent part, and I quote, "During school hours, the board, through its designated administrators, acts in loco parentis or in the place of parents," end quote. Thus, this school board has a legal responsibility and a responsibility under your own policy to care for our students individually and collectively when we entrust them to you each day. You cannot abdicate that responsibility, and you certainly cannot hand it off to parents. Given this legal obligation, I'm deeply concerned about the board's earlier decision to relegate decision-making concerning masking and our children's collective health to the discretion of individual parents. By August 9th, this board had received clear, consistent recommendations to implement a mask mandate from every health agency that mattered: federal, the Indiana State Board, the St. Joseph County Board. Since August 9th, you have received recommendations from Beacon and hundreds of local professional health providers. I worry that the earlier vote in favor of a mask optional policy and any future votes that adopt policies that contravene the consensus advice from our health authorities will subject the school district to significant levels of legal risk and exposure if, heaven forbid, one of our children end up very sick or worse, especially when you consider that so many of our children are not and cannot yet be vaccinated.
Sir, thank you so much for your input tonight. Your 3 minutes have expired, but we appreciate you staying up to address the board. Okay, I want to make sure that everybody has a fair opportunity to be heard. There are a number of names that I called that weren't prepared when I called them. Rebecca Insler.
Yeah.
Kristen Ratty Galwitz.
Yes.
Hello, Kristen.
Hello. Hi. I'm a parent of 2 children in the PHM system, and I've listened all night long to everyone, and I want to assume the best intentions of everyone. And my background, a long time ago, I was a laboratory scientist for 6 years. I actually worked in a pulmonary group at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill Medical School. And I think that a lot of people who distrust science and doctors, they hear this appeal to expertise, and they feel that it's elitist, impenetrable, and not intuitive, and they trust their own logic. And I think that there's, a lot of misunderstanding. And I remember going through this process of learning, what's a good source, how to read scientific journals, learning what peer review is. And I think that we need to do a little bit of education still with parents because, science is very complicated. I think that parents need to understand that when scientists have something published in a peer-reviewed journal, it is through a competition of ideas. There are other scientists that are deciding whether or not their research is sound enough. And these doctors, I think they don't want to confuse people, so they may be not citing journal articles. And I appreciate some people who are anti-mandate looking for sources, but I also am concerned about some of those sources. There was a woman, Kristen Megan Kelly, who is a certified industrial hygienist. She was cited as a source. And she has not published in any peer journal about her ideas about masks. Dr. Dan Stock was cited by someone. His ideas have not been published in a peer-reviewed journal. But there are lots of peer-reviewed journals, including one that I found this evening from the Proceeding of the National Academy of Sciences. It's an evidence review of face masks, and just very from the abstract, the preponderance of evidence indicates that mask wearing reduces transmissibility per contact by reducing transmission of infected respiratory particles in both laboratory and clinical contexts. Public mask wearing is most effective at reducing spread of the virus.
Thanks, Rob.
Science is high. Yep.
Kristen, thank you so much for addressing the board. We appreciate you. Naomi Lightburn.
Very from the abstract, the preponderance of evidence indicates that mask wearing reduces transmissibility per contact.
Go ahead
by
and click off of YouTube.
Yep. Can you hear me okay?
We can see you and we can hear you really well.
Okay, great. I'm Naomi Lightburn. I'm a parent of 3 PHM students. I live in Granger and I am also a physician. I just want to thank you for your time listening to everyone, allowing me to speak tonight. I'm going to scrap majority of the statistics and data that I was going to mention, as my fellow colleagues have addressed that. And I think you guys all want to go home and I want to go to sleep, and so do my kids. So COVID is not done, and the variant we are dealing with now is not the same as last year. It is more contagious and affecting our kids. So we must be more diligent in our strategy. I'm glad the masking vote is being readdressed and being voted on tonight. But what I also wanted to address was the other mitigation measures that should be in place. I reviewed last year's return to school policy compared to this year. Many measures were in place last year that aligned with guidelines placed by the CDC and scientific community, but this year they either are not being enforced or just optional. Steps need to be made to enforce social distancing during in-person schooling. This needs to include using outdoor spaces whenever possible for instruction, meals, and recess, creating one-way traffic in school hallways. I think there's a photo going around of the hallways in the high school, and this is important in those middle schools and high schools. Spacing desks out and having them all face in the same direction. In many of the elementary schools, students are still sharing desks and facing each other without physical barriers. And having even like the bus windows down when weather permits. Layering these scientifically proven prevention strategies, including masking, are all important to keep schools safe and allow in-person teaching to occur as uninterrupted as possible. This is the time to ignore, this is not the time to ignore COVID, sorry, and to relax our standards because COVID is still here. It will spread exponentially if our district does not make changes. I'm hopeful the vote goes as indicated, but please also reassess the other measures and take every step possible to protect the students, teachers, staff, and other members of our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lightburn. Kristen Valentine.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you just fine. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dr. Kristen Valentine O'Deal. I live in Granger and I have three children in PHM schools. I'm a professor of psychology at the University of Notre Dame and the director of the Shaw Center for Children and Families. I'm also a licensed child psychologist. I'm speaking to express my disagreement with the current mask optional policy, and I strongly support your new universal masking proposal. Protecting personal choice should not be prioritized over following the recommendations of every major medical and public health organization. As you all know, a personal choice to not wear a mask affects the safety of everyone around that individual and places everyone at risk. Student safety should be the district's top priority. As a clinical psychologist who specializes in trauma, I want to debunk the notion that wearing masks is traumatizing our children. Trauma requires exposure to actual or threatened death, serious injury, or sexual violence. It is not traumatizing to wear a mask. It is an inconvenience to wear a mask. What would be potentially traumatizing is a student or family member death related to contracting COVID at school. This board should do everything possible to ensure that a tragedy like that does not occur. Universal masking is a simple tool at your disposal, and you implemented it effectively last school year. Instead, the mask optional policy leaves students vulnerable. Many students have anxiety about contracting COVID themselves or spreading it to vulnerable family members. Many students do not feel safe. And this is important because we know that students must feel safe before they can learn and flourish. Thus, mandating universal masking is the most effective way to both keep students safe and allow for more learning. There are no data showing that masks hurt learning. In contrast, we have plenty of data showing that absences hurt learning. I know that PHM is proud of our students' academic achievements. Yet with no virtual or hybrid options this year, mask optional policies will lead to huge numbers of students in quarantine and many, many missed days of school, with no way of keeping up with classes during those times. Our students' education will suffer. There are already dozens of children in quarantine with no access to learning after less than 1 week of school. Lastly, I want to say PHM has truly done a great job of teaching our students about mindsets and about perseverance in the face of challenges. Students wore masks successfully last year, and community spread in our schools was low. Our students can do hard things. Members of the board, I know that you too can do hard things, and you can make hard choices when they're important for the safety of our students and our community. Please vote for universal masking in our schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Valentine. Nabil Khan. Hello, sir. Can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very well. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Nabil Khan. I'm a hospitalist, a physician at Elkhart General Hospital. Most of the points that I wanted to mention were already mentioned by my fellow colleagues before me, but I just want to give my 2 cents based on my experience. As a hospitalist physician in Elkhart General Hospital, I've taken care of countless number of COVID patients. I've seen people die of COVID. I've seen people get infected from their grandkids. I've seen people on the verge of being intubated. And then they realize things would possibly have been different if they would have done things differently. Now, granted that these people are the sickest of the patients in the entire population, but that's what we get to see as an inpatient. I want to emphasize that masks do work well as prevention. It basically starts working even before people realize that they're infected and having symptoms. And I also want to emphasize that wearing masks is not an individual effort, but a collective one. because the more people who wear the mask, they disrupt the virus transmission, and everyone benefits from it, the entire community. We have to start simply by trusting science and follow consensus guidance from health experts, because over the past 2 centuries, science has helped us a lot in health and in other non-health avenues. If you plan to rush to physicians when you're sick, which to me means you trust science and trust us enough to try to save your life, just trust us physicians now. As in this case, prevention is better than COVID infection, since the treatment of it does not always work, as it has been told multiple times. Other than that, masks also teaches kids a sense of social responsibility. As being a parent of 2 school-going kids, honestly, my kids do not have a problem wearing masks. And I think grown-ups should be involved in discussion with their kids to teach more empathy and selflessness, and the sense of social responsibility to help others out. I thank you for all your effort, the PHM board, to make the right decision for everyone's safety and well-being. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Khan. We appreciate it very much. Dr. Omar Jahakir, Ellen Marks.
I thank you.
Hello, Ellen.
Yes.
Just go ahead and click off of YouTube.
Done.
Great. Floor is yours.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. My name is Ellen Marks. I have one son who is in the district, though he has missed his first 4 days at Penn High School. I'm glad he's going to be able to return tomorrow. I have a 5-year-old daughter who was supposed to start kindergarten, but we pulled her out because we did not want her to be in a school that had a mask optional policy, and have relocated to a school where masks are required. It was a very hard decision. My son has gone all the way up to high school in the PHM district, and we love the system, but we just couldn't do it. I'm not a doctor, so I'm not going to offer statistics and analysis. The doctors in our community have spoken, so have the health authorities in the county, the state, and the country. And they all say that universal masking is critical to keeping our communities safe and our kids in school, and to avoiding overwhelming our healthcare system. The parental choice, the personal choice arguments ignore the choice of parents to have their children in a school that follows public health recommendations. It ignores what parents who do not want to put our children at heightened risk of the virus need, and our concerns about protecting our kids from long-term health consequences. If the decision of a parent to wear to have their child wear a mask or not wear a mask did not affect my child and her risk in the school system, it wouldn't matter, but it does. So we are very, very happy to know that you guys have made the decision, or about to make the decision, to go back to a mask mandatory policy. I've been connecting with other parents who were stunned by the decision to go mask optional. And you know why we were stunned? Because we had trusted you to do the right thing for our kids. You guys are the board of trustees. It's there in your name. You're supposed to cut through all the noise and misinformation, all the politics, all the desire by parents to go back to a normal that is still dangerously out of reach and to protect our kids and our families.
Ms. Marks, thank you so much. We appreciate seeing you again. We appreciate your remarks to the board. Your 3 minutes have expired. We'll see you soon.
Thank you very
Next up-
much.
Next up is Dr. Rahman. Good evening. I think you might be on mute.
I am on mute. Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Okay, wait. Before we begin, there's a lot of noise in the boardroom. So let's all just remember that the 75th person to speak to the board deserves the same respect as the first person. Okay, doctor, go ahead, please.
Thank you. My name is Sarah Rahman. I'm a pediatrician. I have 3 kids at PHM and I live in Granger. And I received consent to speak about a couple of students and I wanted their voices to be represented also. Dania is a 3rd grader at Horizon. She's the same age as my little boy. And she was born 11 weeks premature and likely fought through a lengthy NICU stay. If you've ever stepped inside of a neonatal ICU, you know what a miracle these babies are. Some of her medical problems include hearing loss and the need for a cochlear implant, seizure disorder, and learning disorders. So seizures can break through in a child with an illness as simple as a cold. And sometimes breakthrough seizures evolve into an ongoing seizure state, which requires life-saving interventions. So this is the fear that Dania and her parents live with. They do everything in their power to keep their little girl safe. She gets the flu shot every year, she masks up, and her parents got the COVID vaccine to help keep their family safe. Last year, her parents, they made the agonizing decision to send her to school, and she ended up picking up an illness, which led to a seizure in the middle of her class. And this was, of course, a traumatic event for Dania, but also for the other kids in her class. And for Dania, this seizure could have been the beginning of a long list of long-term complications and disability. She's the only class right now, only child in her class right now at Horizon that wears a mask. And like we've said for the last 19 months, masks protect others. And her class, her school district had failed to protect her this last week. What choice did she have? Dania's sister is 16 years old at Penn. Her name is Nadine, and she was diagnosed with a rare form of Hodgkin's lymphoma. What options does she have besides walking through a sea of unmasked students at Penn High School's crowded hallways? Her mother writes, and I quote, "She hides to the side during lunch with a friend to avoid the crowds, and passing periods are a nightmare. We are at a loss to protect her now." The true measure of any society can be found in how it treats its most vulnerable members. I asked the board, how do we measure up? Are we fulfilling our promise to protect all students from harm? The oath all physicians take to keep our patients from harm and injustice, to prevent disease whenever we can, for prevention is preferable to cure. I speak today with concern for our kids who have chronic medical conditions, developmental disorders, and kids who are medically fragile, who need more than anyone to be at school because of the vital services beyond education that schools provide for their development. All children deserve protection from the spread of this horrible disease, but especially
Doctor?
these kids.
Doctor, thank you so much. We really appreciate your input.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Dr. Samir Khalid. Hello, doctor. Can you hear us okay?
Hi, this is Samir Khalid. Hi, how are you?
The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you so much for having me.
Go right ahead and
Can you hear
begin.
me? Hi, how are
Yes.
you? Yeah, Thank you so much, for having me. To be very honest, gentlemen, I had written a speech just like many others before me, and a few hours ago, I tore that apart. And one of the reasons, I got rid of the speech was because, uh, after coming across your earlier discussion, it seemed like that you guys were heading in the right direction. I've heard my colleagues, some physicians, some non-physicians talk about, science, talk about the statistics, talk about epidemiology. But let me tell you from a physician's perspective. I'm a physician. I have dealt with a lot of COVID. I've seen people die. I've seen families get devastated by it. I've seen, kids lose their parents, parents lose their kids. And whenever we're talking about, being in a hospital, Dr. Thacker, President Riley, we talk about people dying. Uh, for us, when somebody dies, you know, there is a family which is devastated. We can talk about the fact that out of 100, one kid dies. But whenever we are as a physician, we don't think about the 99 kids who made it out. We think about that one family that, has burned the bridge. I understand. And coming over here, I initially thought of myself as, hey, I'm a pro-masker and I'm standing against the anti-maskers over here. It was us against them. But I mean, Angie, I heard your point. I totally, and I get it from your point of view, and I'm totally sympathetic towards everything. And the way I see it now, to be very honest, when I came into this discussion, it was me against you. Okay. But now I don't, to be very honest, I'm being very non-political. And now I see it as it's not me against you. It's us against a fact, a virus that's out there. I mean, we are learning. I'm not going to come over here and claim that this works, that doesn't work. I'm not going to, come here and call anybody a Democrat or a socialist or a communist, or I don't even understand those terms. From where I'm coming in from, I'm here. I mean, at 11:30 at night, I have to wake up at 5 in the morning. Angie, Mr. Garrett, I know where you guys stand, and we want to help each other. I don't represent my organization, but I can tell you, and I have an open door policy. We are not against you. This is not 300 physicians bullying. I mean, I've never heard this word bullying so much in my life as I have done today. I've never heard, this term communism come from young kids. I mean, they could be my kids. They are your kids. They are like my kids. They are the future. I'm not here talking to, Angie or Mr. Garrett or Mr. Riley or Dr. Thacker. I mean, you are not the future. I'm not the future. It's the kids who are the future over here, right? So
Yeah, your 3 minutes have expired. We
all
really
right.
do appreciate
Thank
the
you so much.
points
Thank
that
you so
you've
much,
made.
everybody, for having me. Take care.
Okay, next up, Dr. Maher Abu Hamdan.
Oh, thank you. I'm a local ENT physician, and I have 2 boys in the PHM school system that I'm very proud of. And a lot of the points have already been spoken. I appreciate the board listening to all the points of views. I've appreciated listening to them. And as a surgeon and a face diaper wearer that I heard before, I mean, I understand some of the points being made. I do wear a face mask most of my days. I do know that it's not going to prevent all the virus leaving, but it's going to reduce it, and it's going to reduce it the more it spreads out. So if everyone's wearing their mask, that does have an effect. That's proven. As far as all the other points, they've been already made. This is speaking as a doctor. I've seen patients in the clinic, including patients that have lost their smell. These are mild cases to the severe cases where they're in the ICU and losing their lives. As a father, I understand the points of the people that want to have the choice and want to go back to normalcy. I'm not perfect. I send my kids out for sports in the summer and, they take off their masks. I do the best I can. But in school, they need to protect the other kids. If they catch the virus, and fortunately they don't, and if they do, it's benign, I don't want them spreading it to other kids. And that's the main point. We got to protect one another. And that's all I have to say, because everyone else did a pretty good job of making their points.
Thank you, Doctor, very much. We appreciate you joining us.
Yeah, thanks.
That concludes the public comment portion of this agenda item. Board members, based on public input, do you have?
Riley, I still do. I have Mrs. Ensler on. She was waiting.
Okay. Mrs. Ensler? And after Mrs. Ensler, do we have anybody else? Okay. Hello, Mrs. Ensler. Can't hear you yet. Mrs. Ensler, we can't hear you, and your video is freezing up.
Okay, how about now?
Now we can hear you.
You can hear me but not see me?
No, your video's freezing.
Okay, if you're okay with it, I'm okay with it. I know it's been a long night.
We're okay with it.
Okay. So Rebecca Ensler, I live in Granger. I've got a sixth grader at Discovery, and our oldest just graduated from Penn last year, and he's off to college this year. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak and your patience. I also wanted to give a special thank you to the press, the police, Dawn Bechtel and Rochelle Bradbury, fielding a lot of calls and a lot of extra work, and we just appreciate you. I appreciate the plan put forth by the administration. Much of it satisfied points to which I was going to speak. So instead, I just wanted to focus on thanking the people who are supporting these measures that are going to make schools safer. My personal reason for this is last year and a half, as we were all adjusting to the pandemic, I was adjusting to a breast cancer diagnosis. Because chemo and radiation affected my immune system, we had to worry about COVID being brought into the house and landing me in the hospital or worse. Dr. Barnes earlier mentioned trauma related to worrying about family members. My kids worried constantly that they would bring it home to me. And, not only last year, but this year as well, especially with unmasked classmates. Worrying about a parent not being there for you is pretty traumatic. We're still really cautious, but I'm happy to say that as of now, I'm no evidence of disease, which is great. I'm very thankful for that. But not all families are that lucky. We have a lot of students and families and teachers and staff who have chronic illnesses or are fighting other conditions that leave them much more vulnerable. To the doctors earlier who spoke about even one death is too much, I appreciate that, because all last year it was pretty tough to hear it only affects people who are medically vulnerable. It only affects people with pre-existing conditions. We matter too. And I can't imagine, as hard as it is for me, I can't imagine being a parent with a child who is medically fragile and in the system, and receiving the message that parental choice is more important than those lives. It's tough. As another doctor said, we're not really against each other, or we shouldn't be. We are all in this trying to do what's best for our kids and our families. I really appreciate having a choice for myself and for others who are in a similar position to be able to send our kids to school without worrying that it'll be a life-threatening situation. I also empathize with how not fun it is to wear masks. I wore one during chemo and radiation, and boy, was that not fun. We're all having to do a lot of things to sacrifice and adapt in the face of the pandemic. But I also hope that we can. Yes.
Rebecca, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you so much for sharing that part of your life with us. We hope that you continue to be healthy and well, and we really appreciate your input tonight. Your 3 minutes are up, though.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else?
One gentleman that tried to log on, but he logged back off.
Logged back on?
Tried to log.
Omar.
Yeah, Omar. Dr. Gainier.
Omar.
Gainier.
Gainier. Okay.
Sure, I'm not pronouncing that right, but. Oh,
Can we
he's
bring
back
him
up.
in? Here he
Yep,
is.
he's
Yep.
back up.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
We can hear you just fine.
Hi, good
Good
evening.
evening. Welcome to our school board meeting.
Thank you. Well, it's been a long night, and I really appreciate all the speakers, all the parents that have spoken. I think most of the points have been covered that I plan to talk about, but I think I'd like to mention one more point with regards to children as vectors for transmission. I'm an adult hospitalist at Elkhart General Hospital, and there was a parent, I think, that mentioned that the hospitals are in a good state and we have this figured out. We do not. We are currently in a health crisis. The hospitals are full. There are diversions going on. There are talks about canceling essential surgeries. This Delta variant is a different beast. It's affecting children. The transmissibility is twice as much as last year. And we need our community to help. We need our community to decrease transmission. These masks are not 100%, but these masks will decrease rate of transmission. These masks will decrease the rate of infection to adult populations. So I'd like to request the community to come together and make this a collective effort to try and decrease the burden of this disease. Yes, I agree, COVID is here to stay, but we can make it easier. As some of my colleagues said, one life lost is too many. Thank you.
Thank you, doctor. We appreciate it. Anybody else? That concludes the public comment portion of this agenda item. Board members, based on public comment, do you have any additional comments or questions?
I'll just say, Chris, there's been a lot of talk about bullying, and I'll say that it has been made clear over by several that there's political consequences to whenever we vote, and I certainly understand that. And there's been statements made in the room about political things and people running against board members and things like that. And just from my perspective, Mr. Riley and fellow board members, to me, I don't consider those things. The work that we have here is too important to worry about, whether something was put in the paper untimely or whether we're being bullied or there's political consequences or if we're doing any of the other things that are being alleged. But that's not what, those things don't matter to me right now. I'm only caring about student safety, and those other things will take care of themselves. So I don't feel like I'm not been bullied into my decision. I addressed my comments earlier as to some of those issues, but my decision's my decision tonight based upon the recommendation of Dr. Thacker and our legal counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Woods. Anybody else like to be recognized? Okay, hearing none. Do I have a motion to approve the return to in-person instruction as presented?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
Any opposed vote nay.
Nay.
Motion carries by a vote of 5-2. Move on to our instruction report and action items for the evening. And before we get there, let me just remind the superintendent, our school administrators, and school board attorney that all items that you're going to be presenting to the board have been submitted to the board in board docs. You can assume as you're making your presentation, the board is familiar with the items that you're about to present. Dr. Thacker. Number 11.
I have one question about how we, due to the timing, all of the people here are really invested, but we still have a large population that doesn't even know that this is happening tonight. How are we going to enforce this tomorrow with mere hours? Are we going to have masks? I mean,
Our intent was to have the information sent out
And we will send the information, and that we'll work with the students who come. And I think we have masks at every school, so we'll work with everyone, provided we get the information out.
So tomorrow we'll have masks for everyone.
Well, we'd like to. That's our goal. We
Teachers
don't
are ready. Okay.
want to delay it all.
Okay. Just,
Okay.
I'm sorry, I
So
thought that
is-
might need to
Great
be
request.
addressed.
Is there anybody in the ESC who can send it out?
Well, I haven't been out of here for about 5 hours, so I'm not sure.
Okay,
But
well,
I
let's see
think
what
we do have someone too.
we do not want to take a break. Let's see what we can do to get you back at your desk as
That'd be
quickly as
perfect.
possible.
Okay,
Denny, is anyone?
Okay, with our, thank you, President Riley and Board of Trustees. This approval for, the request for approval of purchase of school buses. This is our second business action item tonight. So Mr. Linsky will present the administration's request to submit a request to purchase 12 buses from Curlin Bus Sales and Leasing.
Thank you, Dr. Thacker. Good evening, President Riley, members of the board. We are requesting the buses that were spec'd, as Mr. Riley indicated in the board packet. 10 buses will be our regular buses and 2 buses will have air conditioning. Total price is $1,357,942. Certainly happy to answer any questions you may have on those buses.
Board members, any questions or comments? Do I have a motion to
I
approve?
have a question. In light of the decision that we just made, we're gonna get 12 new buses, and how many will have air conditioning?
2.
Can we revisit that?
We certainly can put,
I also share some of the concerns. My daughter's back is dripping in sweat when she gets home off the bus. Her mask, she's 7 years old and has sweat running down her face. If we're gonna mask these kids, we might. I think that we need to discuss that, and I would like to ask that maybe we wait to vote on this in light of the decision.
What's
that
your
was just
timetable?
made.
yeah, so that is a fall bus bid. We do have a timeline. We have to have a letter of intent. The next board meeting will be too late. I'll certainly look into it. If the board wants to approve the administration, the ability to add air conditioning to all those buses and look at a price, we can share that in board notes.
I make a motion to approve the award subject to the administration determining whether it's practical to have air conditioning on as many of those buses.
And I think that's an option we can add later. So let's get the buses ordered and we can then add that option to the 10 that don't have it.
What's the difference in cost?
Roughly $10,000 a bus.
I mean, if you put it on now or put it on later.
Well, it's a life, it could be the life of the kid.
One life is too many. One life is too many.
Please, we're having a discussion. Wait. We're gonna keep control of this school board meeting. We're in the final stretch of it. We're having a discussion here. And a motion's been put on the table, an amended motion's been put on the table. As it stands right now, all we need is a second to the amended motion. All those in favor of approving the amended motion, vote aye. Aye. Any opposed, vote nay. Motion carries by a vote of 7-0. So you have that authority, Mr. Linsky. We'll move on to the next agenda item, Dr. Thacker.
Thank you, President Riley and Board of Trustees. Returning this evening to the board for a second reading and adoption are 1 revised existing bylaw, 8 revised existing policies, and 1 new policy, which all were presented for a new reading, first reading and discussion at the August 9th board meeting. Detailed information was reviewed during the first reading of these policies. And then I'll turn this to Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Dr. Thacker. President Riley and members of the board, as Dr. Thacker indicated, there are proposed revisions to 8 policies, 1 bylaw, and 1 new policy scheduled for second reading this evening. We have received no questions from any of the board members since the last meeting with regard to any of these policies. And we would ask that the revisions to these policy and the adoption of the new policy be approved this evening.
Board members, any questions or concerns? Hearing none, do I have a motion to adopt revised bylaw 0112 purpose, revised policy 1220 employment of the superintendent, revised policy 3120 employment of professional staff, revised policy 4120 employment of support staff, Revised policy 2266, non-discrimination on the basis of sex in education programs or activities. New policy 4425, nursing mothers. Revised policy 5111, determination of legal settlement and eligibility for enrollment of students without legal settlement in the corporation. Proof of Indiana residency. Revised policy 6250, required ADM counts for the purpose of state funding and verification of residency for membership. Revised policy 8500, food service program, and revised policy 8606, bus drivers and cellular telephone use as presented.
I so move.
Second?
Okay.
All those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
Any opposed vote nay. That motion carries by a vote of 7-0. Thank you, Dr. Thacker. Thank you, Mr. Johnson, as always. We'll move on to the business and operational services hearing. Dr. Thacker.
Thank you, President Riley and Board of Trustees. We have Mr. Hawkins here to help us with these public hearings.
Thank you, Dr. Thacker, President Riley, members of the board. You have before you all of the information that we discussed at the last board meeting related to the budget. And this is the time we do our public hearing. So I'm going to basically turn it back over to you to conduct the hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Hawkins. I open the public hearing on the 2022 budgets for the Education Fund, Operations Fund, and Debt Services Fund. This hearing also includes the bus replacement plan and capital projects plan. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to address these items? If not, then I close the public hearing on the 2022 budgets for the Education Fund, Operations Fund, and Debt Service Plan, and Bus Replacement Plan, and the Capital Projects Plan. Thank you, Mr. Hawkins.
Thank you.
Your work here is done.
Hey. President Riley, I believe we have one speaker out here.
Okay. Mr. Bastura.
Is this part of the public hearing, Mr. Riley? I just want to make sure for the record.
For the record, are you looking to speak to the board on the 2022 budget for the Education Fund, Operation Fund, Debt Service Fund, or the Bus Replacement Plan?
Yes.
Okay.
Just want to make sure we get you in the right spot.
Perfect. I appreciate that.
Technical there.
I don't think you guys can go forward based upon Mrs. Gates' request of the additional funding that's needed to put air conditioning on the bus. So I think that you got to table this and please seriously consider it. Thank you.
Okay, well, we'll note that this is not actually up for a vote right now. It was just a public hearing, but thank you for participating in the public hearing. We'll move on to our next agenda item, which is the board reports and requests. Board members, do you have any reports or requests to make? Hearing none, then we'll move on to the hearing of visitors. Is there anyone in attendance this evening who would like to address the board who has not done so already on a previously stated topic?
Oh boy, I get to come back again. I get the wah-wah combo. Oh, they're not letting us in. Good evening, everybody. Once again, George Bashura. After all is said and done with the mask and everything, we have basic problems. We have basic problems going on in our schools after 3 days. I'm hearing the complaints of parents about kids carrying backpacks, 40 pounds, musical instruments, and kids that are wearing masks. Okay, this is a problem. The second problem that we have is students that can't get water from water fountains during physical activity. Okay, this is what we are hearing from the parents. We're trying to encourage them to come speak with you. I say, before you come to us, please talk to your principal. Please come to talk to Dr. Thacker. Let President Riley know. We have a problem here, folks. They don't want to come to the administration. They'd rather vent to our group and then us come to you and talk about the problems. I don't want that. I want these parents to be able to come to you with their problems, knowing that they're going to get resolved. We have to get back to the basics. If we can't deal with the problems of first 3 days of these incidents going on, we're going to fall. And I don't want that. So I'm encouraging the parents in here that have kids that are having problems in the school. Please contact the administrators of the schools. Find out why they can't use lockers. Why are they having to carry backpacks all day long? Folks, this is ridiculous. We need to take care of these kids. They're going to take care of us in the future. And what are they going to say? Why should I take care of you when you didn't take care of me? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bashura. Yes, ma'am, please.
Hi, my name is Andrea Hartstein and I live in Granger, and I have defended you guys every time somebody said they're gonna make you wear masks again. I have defended you and I have said, no, they're listening to us. No, we're important to them. And I don't feel that way tonight. You said last time, if the Fed's not mandating it, the state's not mandating it, how can you mandate it? How? And I don't mean to get so emotional about it, but my kids, I thought that now that they've had 4 days with their friends, they would tell me that they want to stay in school. But you guys heard about my first grader last year. I asked her, I said, what do you want to do if it goes the other way? And her eyes got big and watery. And she said, please don't make me wear a mask again, Mom. And she said, I want to be homeschooled. So I know I can't pretend to know everything that's in the ESSER budget, like the money that comes from ESSER. But I know 3 things. I know it was approved, I believe, for $2.7 million. I know that you have to submit a plan every 6 months regarding COVID. And I know that it lasts until September of 2024. So tell me, how do I trust that you're not going to keep my elementary school students in a mask until 2024? Because if it's with COVID and this is your plan, that you're going to keep all elementary school students, even in blue, all the way through. I'm homeschooling. I'm not staying for 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I think you all know what I have to say.
As long as it's not on a topic you've already addressed.
Folks, you're beating these children into submission. The backpacks, I rucked 80 pounds of medical gear through Iraq. I did it in 130-degree heat. I did not have air conditioning. I had to wear a helmet just in case an 88 mic round came in and blew up where I was standing. That helmet was going to save me, wasn't it? It wasn't. We are killing our kids. Stop this nonsense. Stop it. Take off all these restrictions. Stop making them carry 40 and 50 and 60 pounds plus their instruments and everything else you're doing to these kids. Stop this. I have already pulled my child. There are people in this room right behind me. They're telling you they're doing it now. All these tax dollars that you want to put on buses, not going to get them because you're not going to have the census to get the tax dollars to pay all these budgets for these huge schools that aren't going to have any butts in them. Stop this nonsense. Give us our rights back. It wasn't yours to take in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Ruppert. Who's next?
Tina Cartwright. I'm disappointed and disgusted with what has transpired in our community over the last few weeks. It has been nothing short of gross. This is no longer the Penn community that I grew up in and loved so dearly. You're telling me that my children, that their health and mental health and well-being doesn't matter at all, not one bit. This is so incredibly wrong. Shame on you for putting one health concern at a higher priority than another. Each child is different and has different fears and different vices. I never said that anyone couldn't wear a mask if it makes you more comfortable. What I said was, don't dictate what is best for my family. This should never be a one-size-fits-all policy. Never. This should be a case-by-case basis for what is best for each child individually. Now that you just voted to force my children back into a mask, know that all 5 of you in the administration that have voted and presented this plan are going to be causing children to suffer mentally, physically. My daughter is going to have to go to school tomorrow and run the mile in a mask. It's going to be how hot tomorrow? 90 degrees. 90 degrees. She's going to run a mile in a mask. Not fair, not okay. You are too worried about your own reputations within the community and fear of getting attacked and risk of being canceled like other members on our school board. It's not funny. It is not funny. You are too afraid of being attacked and risk of being canceled like other members of the board that have been attacked for standing firm in their beliefs. If you cannot handle the heat and continue to cave to the public scrutiny and pressure to save face, then you should not be sitting in this room at this table making decisions for our children. Shame on you. You know who you are and you know who got to you. You can say that they didn't, but I know that they did. Some of you are sitting up there making decisions that directly affect my children, and your children don't even go to Penn schools. I have lost faith in your ability to stand firm in your decisions if all it takes is a small group of angry parents, mostly from one geographical area, to throw temper tantrums like toddlers and rally their who's who in the community to get you to put your tails between your legs, run to the corner and say uncle. At least I know the faces and names of those that will be responsible for the surge in mental health issues among our PHM student body. When does this end? Will you be mandating goggles next? You're telling me that you plan to keep these young kids masked until a vaccine is fast-tracked for a 5-year-old. Then what? You're going to mandate them to take a vaccine to appease 15% of your school community? I better not see one email, not one, come through about a positive case, contact tracing in our school, because if I do, guess what? That means your mask mandate is not working, but it appeases 15% of your community.
Your 3 minutes are up. Mrs. Cartwright,
I agree with my friend. I also love Jesus, and I am proud to have a golf coach and stay-at-home mother on our school
Thank you,
board.
Mrs. Cartwright.
After all,
appreciate it.
we are all about diversity,
Who's
equity, and
next?
inclusion, right?
Who's next? And I will also say, hang on just a second. Hang on. As a matter of courtesy, I did not interrupt you. But you had already spoke on masking for 3 minutes. So you chose to speak at that part of the agenda on masking. I let you, as a matter of courtesy, have another 3 minutes. But going forward, anybody who wants to come back and speak to the board again, please speak on a different topic than the 3 minutes you've already spoken on.
Okay. Let's talk about virtual. I didn't talk about virtual. Let's talk about virtual. There is no virtual option for any quarantine kids. They're going to be home, but they're contact traced 10 days. And then they get to go back to school and get contact traced again for another 10 days. And it's inevitable. It's going to keep going on and on. Do my children stay out of school for a month? Is that the best option you can offer? Is that the kids that can't even be vaccinated yet, you're saying, oh, go do this Google slide. That'll, further your education. That's all you guys could come up with. You're so concerned about education. You can't figure out what the kids can't join a Google link into the classroom and have, their kids be able to virtually see their teacher explaining the instructions. Do they have to do worksheets for those 10 days? I was not given any type of satisfactory information on this. It's just, nope, we're not doing virtual. Well, congratulations. My kids' education is going to keep going down like this if we keep contact tracing and we keep kicking everybody out of school, whether they're sick or not. At some point, it has to end. You need to reevaluate how you're going to do this. My kid was kicked out of school for 14 days last year, not because she was a close contact. She had a cold. The doctor had a negative COVID test. I did what I was supposed to do, and I was told she could not come back to school. There was no reason for it. It got screwed up, but I was told she couldn't come back. She lost 14 days of school because of incompetence, because you chose at that time not to trust my doctor who signed that petition. So are you okay, Mrs. Galloway? You look like you're nodding your head a little bit.
I was scratching my cheek.
Okay, well, maybe your facial expressions are expressing stuff you're not aware of, but you need to be looking at your virtual option. Your focus is on keeping our kids safe, and you're so focused on COVID, you are not focusing on education anymore. The focus is we're keeping your kids safe, mental health, all this. Where's education? Where are you focused on education? I have not heard this coming out of your mouth. It should be 100% education, everything else after that. Where's your priorities? I have not heard it, and I haven't heard it for a while now. It's all COVID all the time. It never goes away. That's it. I'm done.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay. It's been.
I don't know if I'm allowed to ask something, but if I send my kids to school tomorrow, and they don't wear a mask, is there any kind of email that's gonna be sent out with this whole mandate explaining how the protocol, what's gonna happen? Will they be sent home? We'll have to go pick it back up, because forcing my kindergartner to wear a mask is just not reasonable. So it'd be nice to have that information conveyed to us as parents, as this is gonna start in a few hours from now. Thank you.
Dr. Thacker?
We'll make sure that we provide a communication, and we realize that with the time running late, that we'll be very accommodating with regard to this implementation, so there won't be consequences.
I'm hard of hearing, my first language, sign language, and I can't hear at all, and I'm having a hard time reading your lips. I'm sorry.
Thanks.
So I can
How can we help her?
What are the
You can hear
consequences?
if you can come up.
Are you okay with that?
Come
I
on.
have no mask.
We're going to be communicating with the parents, and of course, with this late hour, we'll make sure that we're accommodating as we are transitioning and we're implementing that plan. We want to make sure that the students have the masks, and I think that we're probably going to have enough that we can accommodate them if they don't bring a mask.
Thank you.
Okay, but thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Anybody else?
I just have one quick thing. This was my first board meeting, and
Well, ma'am, tell us who you are.
My name's Kelly. So this is my first board meeting, but I'm just going to take just a really quick. So my husband was in the emergency room last week, and the emergency room nurse told us that they had no COVID cases. And when we went to the specialist, then the doctor, he started talking to us the whole time. He should have been talking about my husband's heart. He was, did you get your vaccine? He was pressing us. He literally said to me, and I quote, if you don't get your vaccine, you're going to kill my daughter. He said, we're full. And I said, the emergency room nurse just said that you guys didn't have any cases. He backed up and he said, well, they're coming. Went to Elkhart General last week, talked to one of the nurses there. They have a staffing shortage. They don't have a COVID problem, right? So we go to the doctor, and the doctor says, we're full. All of our beds are full. I said, really? I said, the nurse down in the cafeteria just said you did. Well, it's in the community. It's coming. You guys have just listened to 45 minutes of doctors telling you what they're supposed to say. Is there a kickback? I don't know. Is the hospital getting money? I don't know. But all I know is what happened to me personally. When it came to the physicians and they were backed up and brought out of what they caved. They caved. So I just don't know if you have really heard the truth tonight. Talk to the nurses. Talk to the people that don't have a vested interest. And I feel horrible for the decision that was made tonight coming to my first board meeting. My heart is grieved. My heart is grieved. And to the attorney, I have a little bit of legal experience, and I would say there's also going to be a responsibility when that little child on the bus dies because they couldn't get air. It's both ways. There's both ways. There is going to be a lawsuit probably. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. We got somebody just right behind you.
My name's Christy Hull Granger. I think as you all can see, it's a super divided topic, and it's disheartening to see everybody because everybody just wants the best. So I feel like the triangle is not a triangle when you can't listen to the parents or the students, and you have so many without masks and so many not wanting to wear masks. And just from my personal experience, my 6-year-old last year, I homeschooled first semester because I was not okay with them doing virtual, and I didn't trust the board to stay not virtual. I didn't trust it. So when I put them in second semester and he had to wear a mask, and he got bacterial infections on his cheek, and that did not go away until it's summertime and he could take the mask off. And he's the sweetest little kid ever, but he cried every day after school, the whole last month at school, because he couldn't make any friends, because he'd only been there a short time, and he cried. It was not good for him educationally. It was not good for him socially, and it was not good for his mental health at all. So as the saddest part about it, because it is so divided, is that you take parents out of it and their choice to decide. I am sorry for everybody else's experience, but that does not take away my own son's experience. And I could name several things for every single one of my children. So I feel for you. I appreciate your help, but I still feel like parents need to have some sort of say.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Jones?
Thanks. I already spoke once tonight on the masking thing, but I did have one question, and I assume if I have it, someone else does. But we talked a lot about the 6 foot versus 3 foot close contact tracing. I just want to make sure I'm clear that if everyone shows up in a mask, it goes from 6 to 3 feet, right? And then there's a time limit on the 3 feet, though, right? 15 minutes, right? Are there any classes that last less than 15 minutes? So it's still 6 feet in the classroom because you're there longer than, right? I'm just want to clarify that, because it would be confusing if you said 3 and then like the 113 square foot rule or whatever it was with the math part.
I don't.
I don't know if you want to respond to it. I don't know if you can, but I think it's a point of clarification that probably needs to be brought up. And I'll add this while you think about it if you want to answer that. Super long meeting. It's my second day in a row talking here. Super emotional, way divided. Tough for you guys to do it. I appreciate the people that fought to keep things the same. I know there were people doing it. I appreciate you more than you know. And even the people that decided not to vote the way that I would like to see things, there's still a chance. So it's a hard job to do. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Okay. Okay. So I think we need to be a little bit more specific. Not about you, sir.
Oh,
but
like now I feel isolated.
Not about you at all. So return to learn is very broad. It includes masking, quarantining, contact tracing, etc. So if somebody already spoke on return to learn, I'm going to assume that you covered what you wanted to cover during those 3 minutes. Okay. So outside of return to learn.
Outside of return to learn. Just listening to all this. Again, my name is Matt Salas. I think something, since you guys have made this decision for us to consider as a parent, some things I dealt with last year, I know other parents did too, and especially being familiar with all this, depending on what they're going to be doing, I really think the board needs to focus on the trickle down effect of having consistency with your teachers and grading and how they're entering it into the computer for parents. It's a nightmare. When we're on Skyward trying to follow it, and last year I was on Skyward every single day. I had 5 kids in the school system. Every single teacher does it differently. And you expect us as parents to be at home monitoring kids, making sure they're getting their homework turned in. Then they get bad grades and we don't know, or I'm punishing my kids simply because a professor or a teacher didn't enter any of the data. They show an F in the computer, they're really getting an A. There has to be consistency. I mean, especially going forward, whatever you guys see for quarantine, things like that, it's going to be an issue again this year. And just following grades as a parent, it's difficult for me. And I try to be on top of it. And I imagine every other parent that's followed it has had the same problem. So, I mean, I'll switch gears for you guys and get away from the topic that we've all discussed tonight. But this is really something that I think is critical. I mean, and there's no consistency. Not one teacher does it the same way. And as a parent, it's so frustrating. And then to sit here and have an argument with my kid and find out they're right, they did turn it in. And the teacher's like, oh yeah, well, I got it on Canvas. It's over here. I don't have access to Canvas. That's just my thought process, something to look forward to for you guys, because I really think with the decision you guys have made now, I think that's something that if parents are following grades and things like that, it's going to be another issue this year. So,
thank you, sir.
Hey, Matt, how's your dad? I've not seen Jack in a while. Is he still well?
doing well. Not delivering firewood, but he's doing really good.
Tell him I said hi.
Thanks, I will.
Anybody else? Okay. We'll move on to announcements. Next regular meeting of the Penn-Harris-Madison Board of School Trustees will convene on Monday, September the 20th, 2021 at 7 p.m. here at the ESC. There being no further Business before the board. Do I have a motion to adjourn the August 23, 2021 regular meeting of the Penn-Harris-Madison Board of School Trustees?
Second.
All those in favor vote aye. Aye. Any opposed vote nay. We're off the record at 12:11 a.m.